So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the.
All right, guys. Happy Wednesday evening, February 8th. February. How are y'all doing tonight? Man, what a week. Tell me about your week. What a week in the markets. I bet y'all have one or two things you want to talk about. I got a couple, nothing major. I just haven't been able to check in with the YouTube audience on lives. I've been working, as you know, on Bed Bath & Beyond stuff for people asking me questions about that. Discord. And there's just a whole mess of drama going on in the AMC community. So I'm trying to stay out of all that this week. Somebody had a price target, I heard. Someone sent me a note. We can go over some DD, some TA, some Denaro TA on AMC if you'd like, and whatever other tickers you want. But I was looking, before we get into that, and while we're waiting on folks to come in, I was looking right now. The futures are green for tomorrow, pre-market. We got some pretty big earnings coming up. You know, all right, let's just start off with one thing on AMC. Last night, I was on a Discord call with some folks for a few hours, and my TA said that AMC would close between 5... No sound? I can't. It's just my headset. You can hear me, right? All right. My TA last night, looking at the chart, said what I told the folks in the chat last night was AMC would close... I said between 580 and 6. I was being a little optimistic on the 6. So 580 was my target for the close today based on reading the chart. And we closed at 572. So I'd say I got that one pretty close. Why did I have that? Besides reading the technical analysis on the AMC chart, I look at macroeconomics. I look at general market sentiment. I look at earnings from other companies. I do care what Chairman Powell has to say, and I care what's going on in the world. Even if we're a believer in algos, you must understand that algos have thousands, tens of thousands of inputs from news, global events, economics, economic indicators, all sorts of technical indicators from various charts. And so algos are driven by news. You cannot ignore news. You can't ignore economics. You can't ignore what's going on in the world. You can't just silo yourself into one chart and say, I know what's happening tomorrow. You got to open up your perspective to understand what things are affecting any particular stock you're looking at. What else was I going to say on that? Oh, so I was looking at the earnings tomorrow. Like every morning when I wake up, besides looking at what happened in Asia and Europe, because that's likely to have some effect over here on everything, I look at who's reporting earnings. Are there any big ones? Are they going to miss? Did someone miss really bad? Did a big company miss really bad the night before? That can affect every single stock. You know, if you have a Google, a Meta, a Apple, and an Amazon all reporting in the same day and they all miss, everybody's going to suffer in the market, the vast majority that day, and maybe for a few days after. So I would just urge you guys to to be cautious about thinking that you can read one chart and ignore everything else and you can predict what's going to happen. I would urge you to become a little more, spend more time looking at economics and things going on in the broader markets, especially if the ticker you're watching is in ETFs that are matched to indexes. If the indexes are going down, your stock's going down. There's just almost no two ways about it unless you have company-specific news for your stock. And that's not digging on anyone. This is me trying to share a couple of thoughts of an old man. So tomorrow we got Pepsi, we got Hilton, we got Warner Music Group. I don't really care about them. Baxter, Toyota, Kellogg's, Duke Energy, Shutterstock, Veru, Apollo, Ralph Lauren, AstraZeneca, and so on. And in news from today, Disney to cut 7,000 jobs. We just see the cuts keep on coming. I saw Dell was cutting 6,000 a couple days ago. Disney cutting 7,000. A firm is cutting 19% of their workforce. This is not bad news. I mean, it is bad news if you're one of the ones that got cut, right? But this is what Chairman Powell wants. He wants to see job cuts. It's not what our president wants, but it is what Chairman Powell wants. And this was kind of inevitable. So late last year when I was talking about what to expect between now and March, I was telling you guys and the folks in the Discord, between now and March, I want to see all the earnings between now and March. I want to see how many companies cut jobs, and there's going to be a bunch in the first quarter of this year. And we're seeing it still. Then we can kind of know what is the Fed going to be looking at past March. If the results in general have not been as bad for every single company as I thought they'd be. So
you're the voice of reason. Do you think AMC will have a big run up before the vote? Odds?
AMC machine, thank you, sir. Do I think that AMC will have a big run up? I hope that they have a big run up. I've been talking with a lot of people that message me, or when we're chatting on Discord. The ideal outcome for everybody certainly would be for a big run up before the vote. I think that would make everybody's feelings not get hurt, and everybody could be a team. Once we get past the vote, the fracture is going to happen. And that is a little concerning to me. If there's no good run up before the vote, is there going to be one? I don't know. I mean, right now, this is Tony Denaro's channel. I get to share my TA. I see nothing unless there's a catalyst for AMC, company specific news. There's nothing brewing that is going to kick off some massive run up, other than maybe if someone's got to cover something before the conversion and the split, which, as I looked into that, I'm not so certain I can tell you that is going to be the case. So being hopeful, I hope that Adam Aaron has some news for us prior to the vote, something to kick things off as we go into that shareholder meeting. I don't know. If I let's look at the AMC chart, since you asked about AMC. If I'm looking at the hourly chart in the past few days, and this is my TA, I don't care who agrees with it or doesn't agree with it. I mean, I care, but I don't copy other people's TA. This is, I'm seeing, I talk about this on many tickers, you guys. Grandpa Barney, thank you. Love you too.
Tony, thank you for all your hard work for all of us.
Cheers, amigo. I talk about this on mini charts, guys. This is not picking on AMC. When I see descending candles and descending volume, that is not bullish to me. Someone might think that's bullish. I give them their right to have their opinion. I don't know that many TA guys would say descending candles and descending volume are bullish. And on top of that, we had a 1348 cross under, which is also bearish. We got the MACD diving, which is not bullish either. So on the hourly chart for AMC, I would predict some drifting down tomorrow, closer to the 200 moving average, which is around 509, unless we get blockbuster pre-market earnings from all these big companies, and that kicks off some sort of rally in the market. So I'm not saying it's all bad news tomorrow. I'm saying if I just focus on AMC, this is not a bullish chart for tomorrow. But the overall market can turn that around. So cross your fingers that we get some good earnings from these companies and get a green day on the markets tomorrow. PD Harris says, Tony, what are your thoughts on what APE may do after today? Obviously, today was the last day you can buy. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I was thinking about it on Monday. Then I got busy and forgot about it today. Today is the last day that you can buy APE and have your vote counted. It's the date of record for the vote. It's not the date of record for conversion. Every APE that you hold, unless someone correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure this was the date of record for the vote. Every APE you hold on the day of the vote should convert. Right? Am I crazy? So on the call that we were on last night, we were, gosh darn it, I forget the guy's name. Someone help me out. Who else was on that call? The gentleman had a spreadsheet similar to what Boss Blunt's showed a couple days ago, and I was given some inputs and we were refining it, and we were also trying to refine what is the optimal arbitrage price or ratio between AMC and APE. And basically we came up to the optimal arbitrage price of APE to AMC is about 50 to 55%. So what that means in plain English, if APE is half the price of AMC or less, then it could be still a good arbitrage price. What that also tells me is based on the current pricing of AMC and APE, 572 and 287, I would not be buying APE right now thinking I'm going to get some arbitrage opportunity. Right now, it appears to be fairly priced with arbitrage already factored in. I don't want to go through the whole spreadsheet just because it's going to confuse a bunch of people. But we had a bunch of smart heads nodding in unison to what the spreadsheet was telling us, and that's using the theory of after conversion. What is the price of AMC plus APE going to be? I know I've been saying I thought it would be AMC plus APE with some fudge factor for the increased float. Well, after seeing it on a spreadsheet, I'm revising that to what you might have been hearing on some other channels. Add the market caps up and divide by the float. So we used that same methodology to figure out the arbitrage opportunity. Do I see any bullish momentum for Carvana? Sleepy, I haven't looked at it since Monday. SMK says they're basically paired now. Yeah, I would say that the market has AMC and APE fairly priced for arbitrage right now. So don't be thinking you're going to buy APE at $287 and get a $5.72 value in 3 weeks because of the float of APE being higher right now. By my current understanding, by looking at spreadsheet analysis, it appears that this is priced correctly. Someone wanted me to look at Carvana. What is it? CMVA? Nope. I was looking at the chart on Carvana, and I have not gone in and looked at their fundamentals recently. I know they've been a hot mess, right? My concern with Carvana is still, I get it. It's a retail darling right now. Let's look and see what the short interest is real quick. My concern is with the high interest rate environment and the glut of used vehicles. I don't know that there's any play on Carvana for fundamentals. So really then the question is there play on Carvana for a short squeeze? That could always happen, right? Short squeeze could always happen if you have high enough short interest. And people are coming in and buying it. So it's at 68% cost to borrow. It looks like it's only 13% cost to borrow. That's not super high, but the short interest is high. Daily chart. I'm seeing it was in this pattern of declining candles and declining volume, but it got a little bit of renewed interest both in price and volume today. Let's see how that looked as we closed out the day. Was there news on Carvana today? Nope. Used auto prices rise in January after dealers loaded up on inventory. Well, that's good. I mean, yeah, it's at a crossroads right now. It went up for almost a week, started drifting back down for whatever reason. There was some renewed interest today. I would say just trade it careful. It closed the day very uncertain on declining volume on the hourly. Hard for me to say it's a screaming buy at this point. And I'm just not a big fan of used car companies at this juncture either. Maggie said, did I see my question to me on Twitter? I did not, Maggie. I haven't really been on Twitter much today. Let me see. Was it a tweet or a DM? Glenn Rhodes says, any thoughts on AVCTQ? I'm not a big fan of gambling money on bankruptcy plays, but if that's your thing, knock yourself out, and I'll cheer you on from the sidelines. DevStat says, any thoughts on DTC changing rules without showing exactly what for? I haven't seen that, DevStat. Haven't been on Twitter much today. Kasha says, ChatGPT predicting a squeeze for AMC. Yeah, interesting. Broke Ape, in the spreadsheet, did it factor in how rich we're going to be? It did, Broke Ape. There was definitely the far right-hand column. Absolutely. We had a couple people put in their numbers just to find out. They were salivating by the end. They got to pick their price. Like what would it squeeze to? It was not my spreadsheet. I was just collabing on helping refine it. Maggie said DM. All right, Maggie, let me see. Are you sure you Did you DM the right Tony Denaro? You know, there's a bunch of imposters. I don't see anything from Maggie. Let me check. There is that other inbox from people that have not following me. Nope, I don't see anything. Soulseeker, what's up? Yuka Frita, what is up? All right. I'm gonna light the smoke, so I'm gonna read your comments for a minute, see what questions y'all have. Puff Bear says, TD, I bought puts on NEO this morning, expiring next week. I saw an article a couple days ago. I still have not bought any Chinese stocks since, when did I sell? July of 2021. And I saw that there was, the article basically said there's renewed interest in Chinese stocks from European and Asian investors. No, European and foreign investors, but not so much from US. And I think that partly has to do with uncertainty about China, but also still uncertainty of this Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act. So if I put that aside for a second, how does NEO look? I don't know. I'm pretty picky about Chinese companies. I'd want to buy it under $10. I'd rather put my money in Tesla. Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act. I have a playlist of on my YouTube channel of Chinese stocks. I went over that a year and a half ago, saying why I was not buying any of them until they got that sorted between the Chinese government and the U.S. government. If they don't do their books according to U.S. standards, they will be delisted from the U.S. exchange. I just don't need to add that risk into everything else. There's other car companies I can buy. I really don't care about NEO. But if they sorted that out, yeah, it's a player. Maggie says, when Cosm had their reverse split Fidelity removed it from my holdings, it took 16 days for them to settle. Holy shit. Maggie, wow. That's the first time I've heard of someone having that problem with Cosmos, and I've talked to a lot of people that were in the play. I know that there were several that couldn't trade it for a couple days. About half couldn't trade it the next morning. It was a rushed overnight split. And is the AMC conversion and reverse split going to be a rushed overnight one? I don't know. They haven't really given us the details. If we vote on the 14th, is everything supposed to be changed the morning of the 15th? I would call that rushed. It would be a concern I have if it is. Someone said not a good sign when earnings are delayed. Who had the earnings delay? DTC changes rules without showing exactly what for to amend clearing agency risk management framework. All right. I guess that'll be my fun homework for tonight whenever we're done here. King Louis says, I guarantee you will hit 140 once we break 120. I'd like to, look, let's focus on $8 first before we got anybody talking about 120 or 140. Let's focus on getting the markets green so that we have inflows into equities, inflows into the stock market for more than one day in a row. And then I think we have a shot of getting AMC moving towards $8. But this whole ping-ponging of the indexes is it's not helping your speculative stocks. Speculative stocks being companies with no earnings. You saw yesterday everything that was a meme stock, i.e. no profits, all getting slammed. They're going to get slammed worse on bad days, and they're going to get run up more on good days in the market. GFAI. All right. Let me switch screens here. Oh, Guard Force. I hadn't looked at them in a hot minute. So I see they have a little bit of momentum. Looks like they were up 58% today. Is that right? What happened? I was not following this one today. And let's look at after hours. Yeah, this would be one to wake up early and keep an eye on for sure. Volume was strong into the end of the day. Price was still moving up. Price continued to move up in after hours. If I was up at 4 a.m., I'd be checking on that one. Still looks like a good momentum trade. Not the type of company I want to own, but momentum looks all right on it. Wolverine says, Tony, you don't get it. The algos slow down. I guess that's one theory. Or maybe they're just getting tens of thousands of inputs and the inputs were not good that day. So the algo sold. The algos. There's multiple algos. There's a couple big ones run by BlackRock and some of the bigger firms. And then every high-speed traders all have their own algos, or they subcontract Aladdin from BlackRock. But algos, they're artificial intelligence, right? They read news articles, they read economic news, they read company news, they look at TA signals, they take thousands or tens of thousands of inputs and try and predict what the right move is. So if the algos were taking things down today, then the sum of the inputs said take it down. It wasn't that the algos slowed down. What's up, Pamela? Barbara says, is the split conversion supposed to take place on the 15th according to the proxy? According to the APE creation documents, Barbara, after the split vote, it says immediately that, the next trading day that APE will cease to exist. So how does that all play out? Like, if APE stops trading, if APE is deleted the next day, how fast will our new AMC shares show up? And does there need to be an extra day to do a reverse split after that? I don't know. I think these are questions that should be asked of Adam Aaron, or he should be clarifying before March 14th. I don't know. G Immortal says Lou is in love with APE now. I haven't watched Lou in a week or so. I heard he was in love with APE though. Yeah. DevStat says Fidelity wanted to borrow his AMC shares for 57%. Yes, it's definitely been hard to borrow. I did see a tweet today that someone posted that said Webull was out of shares to lend. That's why the hard to borrow symbol was not there on Webull. Oh, I did also, every day, you guys might see this if you're on Twitter, there's someone putting a count. We're on the FTD list again. We're on the threshold list again. I mean, threshold list 3 days in a row. Man, it takes every ounce of self-control I have not to respond to those tweets, because I know I just sound like a dick. But we've been doing this long enough. We should know better. The people putting out these tweets, I'm sure they know better. But once you're on the threshold list, even if the problem were resolved by the responsible party that day, you're still going to be on the threshold list 5 days, no matter what. That's statute. So AMC, we don't need a count. We don't need a day-by-day count. We're going to be on the list 5 days. Tell me if we're on the list 6 days, and I'll be interested, because then that tells me we have ongoing problems. But if they resolved the issue on day 1, we're going to drop off the list after 5 days. So you know, we don't have to talk about threshold lists too often, thankfully, but it's like everybody gets a memory dump. If we haven't talked about it in a couple months, it's going to be 5 days, no matter what. Yeah, that halt was nasty on AMC. It did kind of suck the wind out of our sails. And tomorrow, I'm expecting another red day based on my TA, unless we have a good day in the markets. If the SPY and Dow, everything's green tomorrow, then we could push back up. Didn't KC confirm FTDs? I don't know. I mean, there's FTDs. We can see the FTD report, and we know that someone didn't deliver their shares. That's how we got on the threshold list. But we have no way of knowing. Look, if broker A doesn't show up with the shares on day 1, you go on the threshold list. I'm saying day 1 of getting on the threshold list. When you exceed the threshold, you get on the list. And let's say broker A fixes their shit on day 1 of being on the threshold list, but then broker B screws up on day 2 of us being on the threshold list. Now you just extended your 5-day count out 1 more day. And if broker C fucks up on day 3 of being on the threshold list, now you're going to be 1 more day. You can push out the threshold list from different entities failing to deliver. So everybody gets all excited. Like after 13 days, they're going to have to buy 19 million shares. How do you know? We don't have any insight who had a fail, what the quantity was, if it's different parties. There's just so many bad assumptions being made about threshold list that it's one reason I don't talk about it, because everything is speculation, and I don't like that. It's interesting to be on the threshold list. That indicates a problem, but we already know there's a problem. The cost to borrow is sky high. It's hard to borrow stock. I think it's dangerous amount of hopium if you start telling people there's going to be a huge buy-in after 13 days, because you don't know that. The first guy on the list could have cleared it up the first day. Then you have guy number 2, guy number 3, guy number 4. Yeah, Trader says AMC's been on the threshold list so many times. Like, how many times do we got to go through this hopium cycle where it never amounts to anything? Why does it not amount to anything? Because most of the time it's like what I'm explaining to you. You don't know how many parties were involved, what day they got on the list, how many shares they have, if they fixed it. We don't ever see that. It is infuriating to me that we can't get that level of detail. Like, what's the point of saying we're on the list? Give us the details. Give us the skinny. Then I'll get excited. Did I catch the hit piece about AMC charging more for seats? I did see that, and I saw Elijah Wood's response. I had a carefully crafted, witty response back to him, and then I deleted it. I don't know. What do y'all think about that? I have A-list membership, so I can sit in the middle of the theater and I don't have to pay extra. It looks like the majority of the seats are the same price. If you're sitting in the middle, you pay a little more. If you're sitting in the very front row, you pay a little less. I think that sounds fair. Is an extra $1 or $2, is that racial discrimination? I don't know. Sit on the end row. Sit in the aisle if you don't want to pay $2. It's not like you're being excluded from the event. It's not like 80% of the tickets are going to be more expensive. So, yeah, I've seen some of the controversy, but I have not been reading or watching Fox or anybody else doing hit pieces on it. I saw someone do a tweet with like 8 different news articles talking about it. And for any actor out there in Hollywood who's got some bitch comment to say about preferred seating, you know, where were you when these companies were starving for income? Why haven't you been advocating to help make sure your lifeblood, your movie theaters don't go under? How dare you? How dare you, Elijah Woods, have anything to say about a private business setting their own pricing model to try and improve profitability? How is race part of this, Buckeye? Maybe I misinterpreted Elijah's tweet, but he said it was discriminatory. Grandpa says, I sent a message to Elijah and I didn't hold back. Well, thank you, Grandpa. I hope you gave him what for me. There's a decrease in ticket prices for the in seats. J Beebs, there you go. Yep, concerts do that. Stadiums do it. Like, why you think that theaters should be immune? Even, look, shows, musicals, opera, everything that audiences go to except movies just about has different seating prices depending on where you sit. What's the big fucking deal? It is kind of suspicious to me, Elijah, that you decided to speak up on this. What's up, E5 Romero? Speaking of concerts, we got some tickets for the upcoming rodeo in March. I already forgot who we're going to see. Three different nights. Let's see. I think it's Aaron Watson, Russell Dickerson, and someone else. I forget who the third one was. Rodeo here is about 10 to 14 days. Got the carnival, all the carnival food in the late afternoon. They start the rodeo, and then as inside, and then it rolls. Once the rodeo's over, they have about a 90-minute concert with big names every single night at pretty reasonable prices. I mean, if you want a box seat, you're going to pay. Look, if you want arena floor, right, where you can touch the stage, you're going to pay through the nose. Or you can get a box seat for a couple $100, or you can get general admission for $35. That's not bad, to see a big name. $35. I'll sit in the top of the bleachers. I don't care. What's up, Juicy? In other news, I put out a video 2 days ago on Bed Bath & Beyond. I just put out another one. If you're in BBBY, or you're thinking about getting in it, or you're reading stuff, tempted to get in it, you might want to watch my video. I'm not in that play. I had some, and I sold it when they announced the share offering. I'm reading some crazy stuff on Reddit. I even have people in my Discord arguing with me, which is fine. We don't all agree on everything. But if you're in that play and you're counting on a merger or acquisition, I sure hope it comes and you get the price that you want. But I don't see a share offering as lining up with someone buying the company. I think institutions are just seeing an opportunity to get some cheap shares and sell them to retail, make some money, kind of like Antara did. And it will help Bed Bath & Beyond clean up their balance sheet, no doubt. But Bed Bath & Beyond is in trouble in every way I can look at it fundamentally. Declining revenues, over-leveraged balance sheet, no cash. Suppliers, their suppliers are filing bankruptcy. Closing stores. What are they closing? Like 400 stores now? It's not exactly what I call a recovery play or a company that's just about to get profitable. They're doing what they can to try and cut cost and get profitable, but there's going to be about an 8 or 9x dilution on BBBY in the coming months, and probably in the coming weeks. So I think if there's a chance for Bed Bath to run, it's going to be in the next week, and then you're going to get screwed by dilution. Hallie, yes, Hudson Bay Capital is not the same as Hudson Bay, the company. That is correct. Diaz, thank you. Diaz says any APE bought after Monday will not be eligible to vote due to T+2 settlement. They said date of record February 8th. I don't know if there's a due bill so that even if you bought it today, you're good or not. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter to me at this point. We're past the 8th. Lauren says, I want to see Ants fight Rants. That would be a good one, huh? I saw old Morantz backed out. He was all bluster and talk until Ant said he was ready to come out there. He's like, oh, not unless it goes over 140. Otherwise, I'm gonna renege on what I said. Fight him, Morantz. Come on, don't be a pussy. Can I check Zila? Yeah, I've looked at Zila before. Not a company I want to own, but I will play it on momentum. Not looking too hot to me. How come no one comes out and slams StubHub, right? Right, Jay Beebs? Exactly. I did mention, speaking of Glenn's comment, wife said she gets better deals at Home Goods and BBBY. I mentioned several days ago, maybe a week ago, maybe this weekend, and it might already be too late. I haven't done the work to check, but you should be thinking about who are the major competitors of Bed Bath & Beyond, because there's going to be $1 billion plus in revenue from all these closed stores that is going to a competitor now. So, there might be some opportunities there if you're into buying retail brick and mortar stores that carry inventory. Or maybe Wayfair, but Wayfair has its own set of issues too. So not too hot on buying Wayfair either. Who's competitors of Bed Bath & Beyond? Maybe Target. I asked my wife, she's like, nah, I don't like going to Target for stuff I'd go to Bed Bath & Beyond for. They don't have the selection. Maybe Container Store, maybe, I don't know. The other ones that I think of are more expensive. Something to think about though, or at least if you already missed that in this play, when you hear that someone's having trouble, be thinking about who are the competitors that could benefit from this and go long on them. Lisa wants to know, did everybody load up on thousands of calls expiring this Friday at 1:45? I sure hope not, Lisa. Sure hope not. I have some $8 calls expiring in March. Amazon, yeah, that was. I find myself buying more and more stuff on Amazon. It's just so convenient not to have to leave the house. Corey says they could have cheaper pricing for afternoon showings and stuff for families. AMC does have matinee pricing. 30% off, at least in my area. Middle of the day. There's also $5 Tuesdays. Hallie says, I just dropped $150 on Amazon. What is Amazon stock at? $100. I think I still have my Amazon. I sold, what did I sell last week? Tesla and Meta. And then they ran up a little more, which is fine. I had decent profits on those. Or was it Meta and Amazon I sold? Two of them I sold. One of them I still have. Until the next pullback. Tesla's earnings was 126. $131. I think it was Amazon and Meta that I sold right before earnings. Am I still bullish on AMC? Chicken lover, my belief in AMC has nothing to do with the word MOAS that you hear a lot of other people talking about. I would take a MOAS if we got one, but I'm in it for a short squeeze. We have all the short squeeze conditions right now. We have high short interest over 20%. We've got high cost to borrow. We've got a very interesting options chain. We need a catalyst. We need a catalyst. And So I think it's going to be very interesting between now and March 14th to see what happens after that. After that, I'm not worried about the reverse split. I am concerned, and I've said this many times now in the past couple of weeks, about the short-term effects of dilution, because statistically, we know that when a company announces dilution, you're going to see some drop in the price of the stock. But I'm going to be more focused on if the company is still increasing revenues, getting closer to profitability. I know that this is a great year for movies. 2024 is going to be even better. If they are able to raise $1, $2, $3, $4 billion, whatever, pick your number, and improve the balance sheet, that is going to fundamentally improve the company and do some more damage to the short thesis. So yes, I'm still bullish. Although I will be straight up with you that there could be some short-term pain if they announce the dilution. And then you're just going to have to wait and see, when do you get the next 8K or corporate communication that they raised X billion dollars and paid off a portion of the debt and beefed up the bank account with cash. And then you get that rebound effect of people saying, oh, well, this is becoming a better play now. Joe N says, I don't get how everyone is super bullish on AMC. We need a catalyst. That's all. At the beginning of this live stream, I already went through the hourly chart. It's not bullish to me for tomorrow. But if we have a good day in the market, that could change. By in the market, I mean if earnings are good in the morning and the indexes are all green, we could have a decent day for AMC. If futures turn red or all these big names fuck up their earnings in the morning, I could see us drifting down closer to 525 tomorrow. I hope not. We got a 1348 cross bearish on the hourly. We got MACD bearish, and we got declining volume on declining candles. That is also bearish. That doesn't mean that can't change a couple days from now. I'm just analyzing what I think tomorrow is going to bring. It does not look bullish to me, so temper your expectations. Always hope for the best. Sufyan says, why will you never sell a stock on the way down? I have sold stocks on the way down, Sufyan. It depends on what the reason is that the stock is going down. If it's just daily fluctuations like on AMC, nothing in my reason for buying AMC has changed. So I'm not going to sell AMC when it's going down on a day or past 2 days like today. But when Bed Bath & Beyond announced 900 million in dilution and it started going down, I was out. Grandpa says a cash dividend after everything will fuck the shorts. That certainly would help, Grandpa. I think we got a 1 year delay on the possibility of a dividend, at least with the covenant extension that they did. What is that? March 2024. So no expected dividends before March 2024. Anubis says, Tony, I feel like you're not watching Ant's videos. I've seen some of his videos. I admire his enthusiasm. Seems like a nice guy. But you guys know I'm not the biggest believer in algos, and for sure you got to understand how algos work. They've got thousands of inputs. It's not just one stock by itself. And the other big YouTubers that tried the whole fractal algo theory, specifically when I say that, I mean Rico and Astro are no longer really doing that. Dave Marino too. They're not really doing that content anymore. So if these guys thought they had it nailed for 18 months and then they quit, I don't know why I'd believe someone new. I wish him the best. Admire his enthusiasm. Personally, it's not for me, the algo thing. Jack Wolf, what's up, buddy? Is Scarlett 100%? I have not heard her complain about pain now for a week, Jack. And she's been making some moves towards getting back to work in the next couple of weeks. So I think she's close to 100% as you can get. What's up, Scav? Saheb says, I expected some APE buying power to come in the last day of the record. So if you weren't in the live stream in the beginning, I mentioned that we did some spreadsheet analysis. We did some spreadsheet analysis on the arbitrage price of APE versus AMC. And right now, it's, by my calculations, perfectly priced for arbitrage. So I expect as we go in, whatever happens with AMC going up or down, whether that's down 10% or up 200%, I expect APE to follow it and be about half the price of AMC. So at about 50%, that is the arbitrage price. And that's mainly due to the fact that the float of APE is twice the size of AMC. What's good owning the float? Let me ask you while we got you here, looking at the hourly chart on AMC, what is your prediction for tomorrow? Green or red? And you can add in other market conditions to that prediction as well. Anubis says there certainly are algos, 100%. There certainly are, have been for decades. But there are also a million variables that dictate what the algorithms do. Yes. I want you guys to hear what I'm saying, hear what Anubis is saying. If you want to understand algos, you got to recognize that they are input monsters. Every shred of data in the US about the economy, about the global markets, about who said what. Everything is input to an algo. That's why you see news come out. The algo has already digested that in a millisecond and made a decision. And it could have nothing to do with the company you're in. It could be a macroeconomic news. It could be what Jerome Powell said. Jack says, who else wants this AMC shit over? Amen, brother. Do I think is this sound? Is that one of Lou's plays? I don't comment on Lou's plays. But let me take a look for you. It finally did get some movement, didn't it? I wasn't watching it the past couple days. All right, so up 28% today. It is up 500% since the middle of January. Daily looks okay. Hourly looks okay. Yeah, I would say it still has room. Watch it in pre-market. Let's see what it did after hours. Still has room. Thomas says, do I think we're going to head over $100 sometime in the next couple months? Thomas, I can't give a time frame. What I can tell you, what the reason that I'm staying in this play is that the movie industry is recovering. Box office revenues are going up. We're not where we need to be yet, back to 2018, 2019 levels. That will happen in 2024 if we stay on this path that we're on. So the chance of AMC getting profitable for me is 2024. So we got that counting against us. We got $5 billion in debt counting against us. That's why the shorts are on our back. We've got sky high short interest. We've got sky high cost to borrow. We got we got the ingredients to create a short squeeze, Thomas, but we need a catalyst to kick it off. In my mind, there's no automatic algo that's going to take us there. You need something to kick it off. What's up, German pound cake? Aw, diggity. AV diggity, sorry. What's up? Thank you for that. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you, owning the float. Yeah, she busted herself up pretty bad right after Christmas. And what, it's been 6 weeks now. She's healing up. Anibus says you can't do accurate TA on a stock that's heavily manipulated. You sound like you've been watching my channel, Anibus. I can't say how many times I said that a year and a half ago. But they'll always come up with something, you know. And usually the something after an algo predictor, God love them. I love them all. I like Rico. I like Dave. I liked Astro until he went to the dark side. But this whole thing of my predictions have been wrong for 2 weeks. They must have changed the algo. That's always the final excuse. If they can change the algo, there's no point in predicting it. And I don't buy that excuse anyways. They didn't change the algo. You failed to look at any other input. You can't just look for a pattern and assume it's going to repeat. Algos are driven by inputs. Jay Beeb says, I missed a spreadsheet talk. If tomorrow was the date with today's numbers, what would the price of AMC be? $4 and change, Jay Beebs. Times 10 for the reverse split. So I think I calculated it earlier. Actually, it was like $3.60. So $36. I know that sounds mind-blowing, right? Like, well, AMC's at $5.72. How could it drop to $3.60? Because you've got to move all that market cap from APE over, and it's twice the float. $17.96 says, I like extreme gains approach. I haven't watched him. I need to go give him a look. Yeah, DevStat, send me that. China said their balloon took out our jet. That would be funny. If you're, I'll say this too, if you're constantly having to redraw your trend lines, then it probably was not an accurate trend line. You should leave your trend line and you should admit to yourself, I do this. I draw a trend line and I say, if it breaks under that, this is not good news. I don't redraw my trend line. Break under your trend line is a bearish signal. You don't get to redraw the trend line. Every time the stock's going down, just move the trend line down. No, you're kidding yourself. If you drew a trend line and you had conviction in that trend line and it broke under it, that is a bearish signal. Am I wrong? Steven says, I think this is sarcasm. If the volume's decreasing and the price is falling, it's bullish. Yeah, I don't recall too many TA lessons where this is why I'm not exactly bullish on AMC tomorrow. We got declining candles and declining volume. In my book, that is a bearish trend. But I'll hope for good general market conditions tomorrow. Headstock says we're all pretty much grasping at straws at this point. There's only one straw I want to grasp, Headstock, and that is some good news catalyst from AMC or something that the hedge fucks weren't expecting. Everything else is set. The table is set, Adam Aaron. Give us some good news. Good night, Jack. All right, Doc Zeno says I'll DM you about Extreme Games. I've heard of him before, just haven't watched his channel. Roseanne, I'm happy Biden took out the China balloon. It's the first time he did something about inflation. Psh. Do I have a hat tip sound on here? I thought I did. Oh, here it is. That's for your joke. Sorry. I haven't used the soundboard lately. Forgot where all my keys were. Gus says, do you still ape to move higher to AMC up till the vote? No, right now, by my calculations, Gus, the arbitrage price is set. I mean, this is the 50%. APE at about 50% of AMC is the arbitrage price. So APE will go up if AMC goes up. If APE drops under 45% the price of AMC, then you have still some arbitrage opportunity. But I think the market's figured it out. We finally figured it out last night. And the time to buy APE was when it was $1. Now all the arbitrage is factored in. What's up, Tindy? Tindy time in the house. Yuka says options chain is making me money. Good to hear, bro. What is the date for earnings? I don't think it's been officially announced yet, but sometime early March. I wonder if they're going to push earnings before or after the vote. I don't know. Six Sun says, Ant made more on Super Chats in 2 days than Tony does in a week. Hey, it's hard to make money, Six Sun, when you're the voice of reason. I could have made my channel just saying 100,000 price targets. And nothing but blue skies ahead, but I want you guys to have at least one resource you can come to for something grounded in reality. So if your hopes get dashed somewhere else, we're always here with a smile and a warm hug, welcoming you back for the patient wait. And every day we still wake up hopeful. As long as box office is increasing, new movies are coming out and people are going to see them, which they are. I have no concerns for this play. I do think it's going to require more patience than a lot of people are willing to put in. And like I was saying to one of the gents in the Discord today, we got to get over this notion that Adam Aaron has promised to deliver you a MOAS. That was like the biggest, what's the right word? Grift. It was the biggest delusional thinking, that's been part of this play all along. I've tried to counsel you guys on that. I'm just one lonely voice in the YouTube wilderness. No one listens to me. But the reason I'm not upset about what he's doing is because I've always known that he's focused on saving the company. If you got a good entry into the stock, then you will ultimately be rewarded if the company is saved. If you got a high entry into the stock because you listen to Lou, well, then go take that out on Lou, not on Adam Aaron. AV says, how many total shares will AMC have if they did the conversion today? If it was a conversion and a reverse split, it would be 144 million would be the float. And they would have authorized a total of 550 million, which gives them the potential dilution of 410 million. If any of the votes are no, they will convene the meeting and reschedule it for a later date when they think they can get enough yes votes. That tells me that they're pretty sure they're going to get the yes votes eventually. But if it were a no vote, you'd just be stuck right where you're at right now. You'd have AMC. If the vote were no, you'd have AMC and APE. Company still needs to raise money. They got to pay down that debt. So I would imagine that Adam Aaron would create another, 1, 2, 3 billion APE. Now that he knows that the price is going to drop to 60 cents, it's probably going to be a lot. And you'll watch him sell 3 billion APE for 65 cents a piece and give away all those votes for 65 cents a share to some other scumbag institution. And then you're really fucked. Because then they'll just do another vote and you have zero chance of winning at that point. But y'all go ahead and vote no. You guys, you want to hand more cheap votes to institutions? Keep on pushing that no vote. What do you mean it's going to go down to 65 cents? It's $3 right now. It's $3 right now because the potential of a yes vote is on the table. That is the only reason that APE is the price it's at. Soon as, if the vote were no, it's going to plummet right back down to 65 cents. Are there going to be two votes? There's two proposals, one for the reverse split, one for the conversion. Both have to pass. If one doesn't pass, they will reconvene the vote to a later date. That is item number 3. Mike, with the arbitrage, we did a spreadsheet analysis on it last night on a very interesting and long call in the Discord. And basically, you want to combine the two market caps, Mike, and then divide by the total shares. So if they were to do it today, considering that APE has twice the float, that's going to bring down the overall price of AMC. And rough numbers, you'd be looking at $36 for AMC plus APE after reverse split. If it were today's price of $572 and $287. Twisted says, do you think it would be advantageous for the shorts to cover and close after the reverse split when all of us have 1/10 the shares? The question is, if, look, here's the question, right? Let's just say everybody holds. Where are they going to get those shares from? Now you're holding less shares. They should be even more precious to you. But there's going to be people that are mad about the vote and they're going to sell. So I imagine they will be able to get some shares cheaper than the day of the reverse split. But when you reduce the float, it theoretically should make it harder for them to cover. And I know someone's sitting out there saying, but Tony, tell them about all the APE that are going to come over as AMC shares. That is also a factor. I don't want to confuse y'all with a bunch of stuff, but you're going to have almost 1 billion APE come over and become AMC shares. And I'm just gaming that out. If the short interest on AMC is 23% and the short interest on APE is 7%, and you combine them, you combine them all into AMC, you're going to see the short interest go down. At least on day one. As a percentage. Does that make sense? Anubis says, does it piss me off that those who own APE will become the primary shareholders? No, because I've only been buying APE since August. And the cheaper it got, the more that I bought. And that has been the message that I've been talking about on this channel. I've always thought the smart play was to add APE, especially the cheaper and cheaper it got. And I know many people that are on my channel and in my Discord have taken advantage and loaded up on that. The ones who are mad were the ones who sold all their APE. And yeah, they're basically being disenfranchised by those of us that have an outsized position of APE. But that was their choice. They thought that there was some advantage to buy more APE, but no, there was no advantage. You screwed yourself. You sold off all your votes, and the APE holders will decide the vote. Ben says short position is included in the reverse split. That's probably true. Let's just assume the short, all of the shorts in APE move over to AMC, but you got twice the float of APE and only 7% short. So when you combine those two pools and relabel everything AMC, your overall percentage of shorts will drop from the current 23%. Grandpa says, yeah, then they start putting their own people on the board, and then we're really screwed. Scott says, between the two, there are over 100 million shorts. That will become 10 million after the reverse split, though. If using your number. Because the shorts are going to split also. Reverse split. Discrete Bottom says AMC 1 option chain is disappearing only with March 2023 and January 24 expiration dates left. Haven't looked at it, Discrete. I don't own any AMC one. And I imagine, I'm just guessing, that the current options chain will become AMC 2. And then after the vote, we'll have a new options chain for the combined. Or would AMC 1 become the new AMC? That's a good one to game out. 6 Sun, did I sell the APE that I was trying to swing trade? I have not. Still have it 6 Sun. I'd like to see APE move well above $3 for me to sell it. I'm in the green right now on the APE that I've bought since August. But I'm hoping that between now and March 14th, we get one more little run up. Creative says, wouldn't you just add the two together? I was thinking that up until yesterday, Creative, that you'd add the two prices together, but I've always said you have to factor in the fudge factor of the higher float on APE. And once we did that on a spreadsheet last night, it does not make sense to add them together. You got to add them together and divide by the total float. So it'll actually be lower than the current price of AMC. If APE runs up, would I take profits? I've said before that the APE that I've been buying since August, not my split, like my AMC and APE split, I'm not touching that, but I have been buying APE since August for the purpose of generating profit. So I am in the green on that right now. I'd like it to be, I don't know, $4 would be better than $3. If it just hangs out where it's at right now for all the way till the vote, I'll probably just hold it through the vote. If it goes up over $4, I'll probably sell it. I mean, if you bought shares for $1 and it was sitting at $4 and you don't know what's going to happen for sure after the vote, are you just going to do nothing, or are you going to take the 4x gain? That's not a bad return for a few months of buying. TRKA, haven't looked at it in a few days. This is what we call the needle of death. I would say this plays over. When we look at AMC, speaking of options, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, the max pain this week is $6. So taking algos out of the discussion, just knowing all the weeks I've been following this, I would suspect that we're going to close this week within a few pennies of $6. No matter if I'm bearish about tomorrow, the likelihood, the vast likelihood is that we're going to close this week close to $6. Unless Adam Aaron comes out with some spectacular news or something crazy happens in the markets. Max Payne is not always right, but about 80% of the time it is. Sufyan, what's up, amigo? Discreet says, why 4x gains? I'm saying if you bought APE you bought APE a couple weeks ago for 69 cents or $1 and you had a chance to sell it for $4, would you just pass on that? I don't think that I would pass on that. I'm a big believer in always be taking profits. And I purposely, the APE that I've been adding since August was to trade. I've got plenty of AMC and APE in the bank. What I've been buying was to make a profit on. Owning the float says $5.99, no more than $6.49. Yeah, that sounds realistic to me. Traders Anonymous says if they don't care about AMC, they wouldn't be shorting it down like they are. You know, that my question is, if they can't find any shares, were they really shorting it down? Or was this just traders taking profits off of a run up in price? Because even though we're diamond handing it, there are people trading it. You guys know that, right? Sufyan says you had a great TA prediction on AMC. Yeah, I predicted $5.80 today for the close, up to a max of 6. So I was off by 8 pennies, Sufyan. I wish you would extend your channel on TA, but no one wants to hear my TA, Sufyan. If I don't come out and say $200 tomorrow by the end of February, no one's going to watch those videos. So what's the point of me doing TA? I could do my TA in about 15 seconds. I see people putting out 1 hour TA videos. Like, your TA should take you max 60 seconds. If if you're used to looking at charts. Gus says, do you think the reason Adam Aaron wants immediate reverse stock split is because conversion will bring AMC back down to 3? Yes. Exactly. He's got to push the price up so that then I think he can do dilution at a higher price. What's up, Keith? Six Son, now that I got all this frickin' BBBY shit off my plate, and we're going to be looking for something to buy tomorrow or Friday. I just have not had the time to do any day trading, really, the first half of this week. PD says there's a ton of day traders out there for AMC. Yeah, I don't want you guys to think every time the price is going down that someone's shorting it. There are absolutely day traders, high-speed trading firms. What was the volume today? 31 million. About average volume. These shares are just changing hands over and over. If we're diamond holding, we're the observers. And there's a portion of the float that's being traded. And if the direction of trading that day was down, well, those shares can trade hands a bunch of times in the day and drive the price down, even without shorting. I think the shorts are pretty locked in. They're having trouble unless they're really, really confident. And I don't think I'd be that confident loading up shorts. Maybe they're doing some TA saying 732 was too high too fast. Maybe they are feeling comfortable, even with the high cost to borrow. Giamortal says, my thoughts on Lou's FOMO on Monday. I have not watched Lou Giamortal in about a week. Thank God. Dan says, what was wrong with my message? I don't know, Dan, what happened? Did you get smacked by the bot? Mike, I think, yes, looking at the float of APE and Antara's total ownership, Antara is not going to swing the vote. Antara is not going to decide the vote. But if I look at the sheer number of apes and the fact that most of the people I am seeing saying vote no sold their ape a long time ago. That's why they want the no vote. Those of us that are still holding ape, or the people that believe in the company, I think that the yes votes will win. And even if they don't, they're just going to reconvene the vote for a later date until they get enough yeses. So chances are it's going to be a yes vote. AV Diggity says dilution again after 36. I would expect so, yes. Why is he doing that? Again, if you haven't tuned in to the past couple weeks when we've been talking about the vote, just in case you aren't aware, the company is running low on cash. Not like they're not running low on cash like Bed Bath & Beyond running low. It's not that bad. They've got enough probably to last the rest of this year. If everything goes according to plan, probably in decent shape for the rest of this year. But if I was a CEO or I was in that boardroom, I'm not going to be sitting around saying, yeah, you know, we're going to be out of cash at the end of this year, but that's fine. Don't do anything. Wait till December and see where we're at. If we got $100 left in checking account, we'll do a dilution then. No, they're not going to wait for that. Good strategic planning would demand that you start thinking about raising cash now, just in case shit. Do you think if there were a unknown virus 2023 that came up in 3 months, that they'd be able to raise money? Do an equity raise? Hell no. They're doing the strategic, executive, wise thing to take care of the company. Now, does that mean it's taking care of us? If you wanted a MOAS, it probably does not. Probably does not mean that. And I get why the MOAS people are mad. But, you know, they are ensuring the survival of the company, and they're improving the balance sheet. And the reason why we got a short target on our back right now is the balance sheet's fucked. We got too much debt, not enough cash. So they're doing the right thing. You can like it or not like it. If you don't believe in a company, if you don't believe in the executive team, don't fucking hold that stock, for God's sake. If you got on a momentum trade, you don't need to care about the CEO. You don't need to care about the company. But if you're holding something more than a couple days, you better believe in the dudes running that company. And if you don't, you ought to think about selling, because they're going to take care of the company. They're not trying to deliver you a MOAS. You might get lucky, and we do every now and then, getting some beautiful squeezes on many plays every week. But you got to get a good entry. And if it doesn't work out, you either decide, I love this company, I'm going to hold it. They're moving the right direction, revenue's going up, moving towards profitability, or they're moving the wrong direction, BBBY, and get the F out. AV says, should they dilute now? They have no more shares. I mean, I guess he could have done a share offering just on AMC, but he would have had to request us to approve it. And I imagine that people would have said no to that also, just like they did a year ago, a year and a half, however long it was. They kind of strategically stacked the deck in their favor. Yeah, I know. People are calling him out for that. It's probably true. That's why I say never trust any CEO. I don't trust it. I don't trust Adam Aaron to deliver me a MOAS. I understand that he's doing the best thing to ensure the survival of his company and to improve the balance sheet. And ultimately, if you're patient enough, I think you'll be okay. That's just my opinion, though. There's a lot of people that disagree with me. That's fine. A lot of people that disagree with me on a lot of things. They think movies are going away. They think the company will never be profitable. I don't know. I mean, I can see the stats. We're going the right way. If it gets to the point where we're having 2 or 3 quarters flat or declining on box office revenues, well, that's a different story, but we're not in that story. We're in a story of recovery right now. Ben, it's talking about Antara. I'm pretty sure, Ben, that you guys help me with recall on this. I'm pretty sure that the deal that Adam Aaron signed with Antara says they cannot short it. They cannot short it before the vote, and they have to vote yes. Now, were they shorting it before they signed that deal? Yeah, but now they cannot. Dr. Spurgeon says, I doubled my money on BBBY, then got greedy and lost 50%. Yep. I'm always going to focus on financial statements and company communications. Most channels don't focus on that. They just focus on the story. Ryan Cohen still wants to buy Bed Bath & Beyond. Carl Icon's going to buy it. Look at this tweet. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at it.
Look at that. Oh, look at that. First thing I do is I say, would you look at that?
They want to tell you all the shiny object stuff, but they just completely have blinders on when it comes to the reality of what's going on with that company. So if you had a chance to make a profit on Bed Bath & Beyond, you should grab it and at least cover your bags, because the story for almost 3 years has been decline on Bed Bath & Beyond. It's the complete opposite of what AMC is going through. We are recovering. There's no argument on that. Do we still have our issues? Yeah, we got our issues, but we're moving the right direction. Paul says, can I get a shot of hopium before I pass out? What is the best hopium we can come up with? Max Payne, $6. We're likely to end higher this week, Paul, than we are right now. Other than that, we got a lot of volatility as we roll into this vote. Anything could happen. Cost to borrow is high. Short interest is high. There's enough spice in the kitchen that I think the next few weeks still could be very interesting. I'm not going to give you any price targets, though. Other than, I can estimate a price target for a day or two out. What's going to happen? How high are we going to go by March 14th? Nope. No can do. I'm just here, as long as I believe in this play, I'm here until we get the squeeze that I want. Justin says, please, can we vote a hater off the island? Do you guys have one in mind? We can certainly do it. What's the best movie I've seen so far this year? I would say Top Gun, Vinny. Top Gun and Avatar. We did just recently go see Infinity Pool. That was a trippy ass mindfuck movie. Do not go take your kids to go see it. If you like Terrifier, you probably like Terrifier, the clown movie. that gory, violent. If you liked that, you will like Infinity Pool. If you did not like Terrifier, this might not be your cup of tea. This was violent. It was gory. It was a mind trip. Yeah, but I like different movies. I like something a little different and edgy like that. Today, Stephen, was the date of record for voting. Yes. Edward says, Adam Aaron going to get his way no matter what. Why am I worried? I'm not worried, Edward. I had a lot of analysis to do about the benefits of a yes or no vote. And until I could see the proxy, I couldn't really comment much on it. Now I've seen it, kind of see I see how it's going to play out. And I would just like people to not be so emotional, dramatic, stressed out over the next couple weeks. Understand the difference. Do the math yourself of diluting 2 billion APE. If it was a no vote, you're looking at 2 billion APE probably diluted in the coming months for 65 cents each versus 100 million AMC at $30. Do the math. Which one's more dilution for less money? So, I mean, I know a lot of people, they got to have drama on their channel to get views. I get it. And probably some of them genuinely are upset. I get that too. Because Lou and Trey told them there was going to be a MOAS. But I don't think that Adam Aaron never said that. There's all sorts of people that will decode his tweets. But you guys need to go blame those people, not Adam Aaron. And I'm going to keep telling you, never assign words to a CEO that he did not specifically say. And even then, only believe half of what you hear. Pantheon, what's up, amigo? Justin says, how do we vote? Vote your conscience, Justin. Not my place to tell you how to vote. I can tell you, I've laid out the scenarios of what would happen. You get to decide. Will my squeeze be FOMO or shorts covering? MotoGP, if we get a catalyst, that will, if the catalyst were some company-specific good news, like let's just say they raised $4 billion. Or let's say, I don't know, something silly like Adam Aaron says in 2 weeks that they are launching retail popcorn and they expect to make $1 billion in net proceeds. I'm just making up numbers. I don't know what it'll be. If there's some news that gets the stock moving, that people are like, oh shit, this is going to fundamentally change the financial statement, the balance sheet, the income statement, that starts driving some price buying up from institutions and algos. Then you get FOMO coming in on top of that. Then you get short covering because of that buying. It becomes this avalanche uphill, becomes a rocket. So it's a combination of many things. And then if people are loading up the options chain, then you get a little gamma added into it. That's why the importance of a catalyst is so important. And I don't have one for you right now, but I wake up hopeful every day. In the meantime, I'm going to be patient. Do the Human says I'm going to need conversion therapy. There's going to be a lot of people that need therapy after this. Probably some of them need therapy now. Brian says Adam Aaron's tweets are specifically worded in a way to create or cause conspiracy. I don't disagree with you, Brian. I don't disagree with you. And I said the same thing. I own a Hycroft. I did buy some Hycroft today at 50 cents. What did it close at? I'm long on Hycroft just before anybody says anything. I doubled my position today, and I have calls in, I think, 2025, $1 strikes. I'm long on Hycroft as a speculative play, but I think Adam Aaron is training Diane Garrett to talk to retail the same way he does. He gives you just enough that you guys run with it, and that is your fault, not you. You didn't do it, but that guy on Twitter took it and interpreted it into something at a completely different level. Does he know what he's doing? Of course he knows what he's doing. But I am going to be here to tell you, let's dial back the hopium a little bit and make sure we're always getting a good entry. I waited a long time to buy Hycroft at 50 cents. I bypassed a lot of Diane Garrett tweets and core sample reports to get it at 50 cents. And I might get some more if it drops to 28 cents. This is your education as an investor to, I'd say, unplug a little bit from the Reddit and Twitter and plug in at least have two inputs. Like, I know I'm not that exciting, but have a voice of reason on one shoulder and have your hopium angel on the other shoulder. And truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Will they email us instructions on how to register our vote? Justin, you should get notification through your broker. And I think, I don't know. I don't recall ever getting a proxy from AMC in the mail. I always just vote on my broker. I get that in my little notification box. Click on it, and it's all electronic voting. Juicy says, I'm long on Diane Garrett. Whoa. Whoa. Would the short interest go to 15 or 13.5%? I haven't done the math. 1796. We can probably spreadsheet that pretty easily. Take 7% of the float of APE, 23% of the float of AMC, add them together, and what percentage of that is that of 1,400,000,000? I know it's more than 7 and less than 23. Doc Zeno says if you need therapy, his office is open. Doc, are you setting up any appointments if we come to the AMC meeting in Leawood, Kansas? It has been alleged that Doc Zeno might be Adam Aaron in hiding, since he lives in Leawood or close. Broke Ape says, how does it work? Do you vote number of times as your share count? Yes. If you have 1,000 shares, you'll have 1,000 votes, unless you're on margin and they loan some of them out. DevSat says, do I think U.S. bombed Nord Stream? Yes, I do. I read that article today. I concur. Any fears of delistment on Hycroft? No, not with. I think that there's going to be. I talked about this a couple weeks ago. They're going to come out with their plan once they get the drilling done. If I was them, I'd be gaming it out to get my plan done around the time I need to do a reverse split. The plan for the new milling operation, but I don't know. I don't even think they're starting. They're not even getting the new drill rigs till what, later this month, or did it say Q2? At any rate, whatever happens with the drilling and exploration plan, there'll be a reverse split at some point on Hycroft. Not going to be delisted. Which is, knowing that is the other reason I say, you know, just be patient on your entry for Hycroft. I think that it's okay to be patient. There is a reverse split coming, and the company's not making any income really, so it might not be the best reverse split. All depends on what news they issue around the time of doing that reverse split. Is there a volume that I would like to see during a squeeze? I think that's going to take care of itself, Brian. When a squeeze happens, the volume is going to be at a number that you can't imagine. Go back and look at June of 2021. Kyle says, is it weird to message my old gym teacher that's 44 and I'm 30? Well, I got a lot of secondary questions on that one, Kyle. You can't just stop there. Steven says, do you think Adam Aaron will give us a plan on what he will do with money raised or keep shareholders in the dark? If I was him, Steven, I would keep you in the dark. I mean, have you ever? They're going to say the following. We're going to improve the balance sheet. We're going to use it for potential acquisitions. I mean, this was all, it was covered in the document. There's about 10 things that they said they might use it on. But how they're going to distribute that is up to them. Balance sheet improvement could be just stacking the bank account with cash. Could be paying down the debt. It could be a combination of those two. Could be used for acquisitions. Could be used for upgrading theaters. There's just so many things that they could do with that money. I don't think he's going to give us any specific guidance before, other than that general list of things that he said. I think it might be overzealous to assume that if they raised $5 billion that he would pay $5 billion in debt off. If he raised $5 billion, I would not pay off $5 billion in debt. If it was me, I'd put at least half in the bank and then maybe see what deals I can cut in paying off some of that debt. AV says we need a squeeze before March. Please, God, yes. Please.
Oh my God!
We need that so bad. For everybody's sanity, that would be nice. All right, Kyle's giving us a few more details. He says both are single and want to take her on a date, but nervous. You're 30 and she's 44, Kyle. Is she still in gym teacher shape? Is the next question. I've only dated, Kyle, a couple of chicks that were older than me, and that would be about at my upper extreme limit, 14 years. But if she was still taking care of herself and didn't have a bunch of rugrats running around, 44 probably doesn't have any rugrats. What's the worst that could happen on a date, Kyle? You know what the best thing that could happen is, and it probably will. You're not going to have to try too hard, Kyle. What will be the approximate price of AMC post-conversion? and reverse split. According to our spreadsheet, who asked that question? LGBM. Using today's prices, 572 and 287, whatever it is, I'm thinking it'll end up around $36. I would like to see AMC and APE push higher prior to the vote, so we could get a price in the 40s or 50s. All right, Kyle says she is a smoke show, very beautiful. I say yes. Take her out, Kyle. Take her out. You're not going to have to... look, all you got to do is not fuck it up. If she goes on a date with you, it's only for one thing. If you don't screw it up, you're gonna have a good night. And don't take... No, I'm not gonna say that. I'll get Andrew tated if I say that. That was gonna sound really bad. I'll say, Kyle, the two that I dated that were older than me, there were no regrets. No regrets. Tinku says you are really a misogynist. Are you talking to me? I love women, Tinku. I'm not pro single men dating older chicks with little rugrats running around and an ex to deal with. That's nothing about misogyny. It's just you have choices, gentlemen. Make wise ones. And I say that as somebody who got married being a single parent. So I understand how two-sided that comment is. Just saying, you got a choice. Scarlett had a choice. She didn't have to date or marry someone with a kid, 2 kids. Follow your heart. If it worries you that much, just follow your heart. Tinku says, sad old man. I'm not sad, Tinku, but I am fucking old. But Scarlett's not old. Yes, Gus. Most older girls would rather Netflix and chill. There you go. You're on my level. Keep us posted, Kyle, Trader says. I'm a professional says, never date single moms, no upside. I have dated them. I just wouldn't marry them. So many variables in dating nowadays. Good Lord. You ain't kidding. PD Harris says, Tony rocked the cradle. I don't ask their ID card. I don't ask for their birth date when I date them, PD Harris. I am old though, Marco. I'm pushing 100 later this year. You're saying if you're pushing 100, how did you hook up with a girl that's barely 21? Now I'm just making up numbers just to piss off Tinku. If there's grass on the field, play ball. Play ball. How does my average of AMC and APE change after the split? Your cost average. That's a loaded question, and we were going through that on the spreadsheet last night. I don't know if I could explain it on a live stream, but if you didn't buy any more AMC or APE after the split, your cost basis is the same. So you just divide it by the number of shares after the split. If you've been buying APE and AMC since August, now you got multiple other factors that you got to add in there. We could do Tony's Dateline, but there's going to be a lot of people like Tinku or whatever that person's name was that are not going to like what I say, because I'm pretty cold-blooded. And my wife will tell you that too. No. When you are single, you have one opportunity to make wise choices. Don't fuck it up. I don't know how much more clear I could be. That's not misogynistic. That is called wisdom. Women in the dating pool and men in the dating pool are a dime a dozen. If you think that, no. Somebody does not click something on your list, next. Don't fucking settle. Know your worth, ladies and gentlemen, both of you. If you're a single parent and you want to date or marry another single parent, that might be something good for you. It wasn't good for me. Wasn't on my list. Was not looking to marry somebody that had kids. I've seen too many other friends and acquaintances go down that road. A few work out. It's best if you both have kids. Then you can maybe find some middle ground. If their ex isn't psycho, and if the kids were brought up right. That's a lot of variables. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of variables. And we don't need any more stress in our life. Tinku says you're sad. No, I'm not sad at all. I've had a great life and I've got a great marriage, Tinku. Carl says if she fishes, we're 90% there. Just Do It says split up with Xbox 5 years ago, found my wife last year. That can be a relationship killer. Yeah, get out and improve yourself, gentlemen. Get off the gaming console. Go to the gym. Indulge your hobbies, your interests. If you don't have any, go find some. Improve yourself. Ladies, too. The partner you've been looking for will show up. Birdman says, I've got 4 kids, 3 baby mamas, fiance, now 25. I'm 36. YOLO. I like it, Birdman. Patriot says, I'm telling you, just hang out, have fun, and hook up. Nothing wrong with that at all, if that is your choice. I did that for many, many years. Uh-oh, Justin's calling for a vote on Tinku. I'll give Tinku one more chance. He just sounds like for some reason, he's taken personal offense to something I'm saying. It must be something's triggering something in him. I mean, I'm pretty sure 90% of you are on my level and can relate to what I'm saying. You have the choice to choose who you date and why. If you want to date single moms, knock yourself out. I told my kids, my 2 boys, don't ever fucking do that. That's my choice. They can still make their own, but based on experience, You know, gray hairs come from experience. I would never wish that on someone unless everything was perfect. And good Lord, we're back to variables. Minimize your variables, guys and ladies. Shout out to all the single parents. It ain't easy. Parenting is tough enough with two people, Andrew. Yes. And that I realize how much hypocritic it sounds for me to say that, because I was a single parent. I understand. I admit to the hypocrisy. But I had no problem finding single chicks, even as a single parent. So single chicks with no kids, I mean. Experience is expensive, yes. Especially depending on what state you're in, it can be really expensive. Woo! Hitman says, grabbed AMC March 17th, calls 6.5 strike. I like it. I've got $8 strikes. You're better positioned than me. Good luck. Do I think the shorts loaded up today since it was the last day to lock in your vote? I don't think they loaded up today. Let me look at Ortex one more time. I see return shares went up and borrowed shares went up, so we're still even. As a percentage, no, they did not load up. There's just not enough to borrow. Juke Joint says, been there, done that. Wish someone would have told me that. The kids can be disrespectful and she'll take their side. Yeah, I've dated a few single moms. Some were cool with me, parenting the kids, if you will. And then some were like, you don't tell my kid what to do. Variables. Just Do It says, my wife helped me rebuild my truck. I was sold. That is a keeper. I like that. Canuck says, as long as your new partner is aware of your kids and willing to accept that they will be your top priority, then it can work. That was one of the reasons that I knew Scarlett would be, a good partner, because not only did she accept my boys, my youngest kid was about 13 when I started dating her, 13, 14. But he's a great kid. He's already easy, but she accepted him like she does everybody, that's close to her, like he was family immediately. It's always been a great relationship between those two. And she also understands that kids are your first priority. So, and I don't have crazy exes calling me and harassing me and adding all that nonsense. That would be unfair to her. I straightened that nonsense out many years ago. Get your crazy ex under control, gentlemen, ladies. We were just talking to one of Scarlett's friends, been dating a dude for like 7 years. And she cannot spend the night at his house because he has a kid. And the ex throws a fit. She even comes in the house to inspect and make sure the dating chick isn't in there when she drops off the kid. And I told this girl last night, I said, look, You need to tell that dude that you've been dating 7 years to get control of his ex bitch. Sorry, but that girl is being a... Get control of her. Man up. Grab your nuts. Tell her she has no right to come in his house. She has no right to dictate who spends the night at his house. And if he can't man up and do that, I don't care how long you've been dating him. Next. Why would you date someone that can't even stand up to their ex? Screw that. Yes, he needs to grow some balls. Yes, Justin, I'm sure that's what he's scared of. She'll hold the kid from him. I get it. I've been there, done that. But you know, there's a legal process for dealing with that. You don't let someone rule your life for 18 years with that fear factor. Gentlemen, you got to man up. There's maybe not every. Many women try that gambit, right? I'm going to tell him what to do for the next 18 years. She will tell you what to do if you don't man up. Do you want to live that for the next 18 years and put anyone you date through that nonsense? That's not fair to you. It's not fair to whoever you're dating or whoever you're married to. No. Get your shit under control. Shin Kyoku, what's up, amigo? What am I drinking tonight? All right, so I cracked open a new bottle. I had a viewer come into town this weekend. Punchy Nuts. I don't see him in the chat tonight. And we met for some barbecue, and I thought that was just going to be a barbecue lunch, but he's like, "Hey, you want to go find some what was it that he was looking for?" He said, I want to go like walk to a bar nearby and find some peanut butter whiskey, which I have not had in a long time, but you guys told me about peanut butter whiskey, and we don't have any in the house right now, but he said, I want to have my first peanut butter whiskey with you. So we were downtown at a great barbecue place, and I said, all right, we can walk to a couple bars and see if we can find one. Well, we ended up going to about 4 different bars and we couldn't find them. So we ended up drinking bourbon. And by the way, I did use the free drink trick, the free drink gambit that I told you guys about, how to get a free drink from a bartender. I got both of us a free drink using that trick. But the last place that we went to, the second to last, had this Old Forester King Ranch. And I have not opened this bottle till tonight, because it's a limited edition. You can only buy it in Texas, and I had to hunt the whole city to find this one bottle. When I tried it in the bar, it was not quite as special as I expected it to be. I mean, it's all right. It's aged in mesquite. Oh, it's filtered through mesquite charcoal. Aged in heavily charred barrels, filtered through mesquite charcoal. Once I tasted it, I was like, well, it's not really that special from any other bourbon that I've had. So I went ahead and opened it tonight. San Diego says High West whiskey. Okay, I'll add that to my list. I love a good rye whiskey. Birdman, I know you're joking. He says, tell me about your Discord. No. Jeffrey says, I've got exes in more states and I don't. Jeffrey, no. Patriot says, stay alpha, don't go beta. For some people, that's years of training, Patriot. I don't think they go beta. They grow up maybe in a state with a more dominant mom, a relationship where the mom was more dominant. Maybe it was they were brought up by a single mom. Maybe they just bought into the whole Hollywood media fiction of how men should act. Maybe they were never around a masculine person. A lot of reason people end up beta. Sometimes it's just genetics. But all of that can be trained out of you, gentlemen. Manuel says, one of my friends keeps a flask of peanut butter whiskey in his golf bag. Hey, can you, Scarlett, can you remind me next time we go to the store to buy peanut butter whiskey? Peanut butter whiskey. Thank you. Do I buy inverse ETFs? No, just do it. I'm going to say, guys, if you're buying these leveraged ETFs, are we talking a leveraged ETF or just inverse? If you're buying a leveraged ETF, make sure you understand who those are designed for. Day trading only. If it's just a regular inverse ETF, I understand the question. No, I have not bought them. Ape name Roscoe. I like he says, I am Sigma. Yes. Alpha or Sigma, either one I'm good with. Uh-oh, Doc Zeno, we woke him up talking about bourbon. Oh, that's a good time, by the way, guys, to mention the drinking beer tasting we're having this weekend. Let me see if I can find that. Did I put it on Twitter? No, I did not. I do have it on my community tab on YouTube. I'll put a picture of it up here real quick. Hang on one second. We're having a interactive beer tasting this Friday. I would like for you guys to join. You can either watch or you can go buy these yourself and join in. We're going to start doing this on a weekly or every other week basis. And this Friday, 8 p.m., we're going to do a oatmeal stout night. So the drinks that you need to have if you want to participate and give me your ranking and ratings on these drinks is the Convict Hill Oatmeal Stout, the Brewdog Jet Black Heart Oatmeal Stout, Samuel Smith Oatmeal Stout, and for you peanut butter lovers, we've got a bonus. It's not an oatmeal stout, but it's the Left Hand Brewery Peanut Butter Milk Stout. So, look, if you can't find these, if you've got a Specs or a Total Wine near you, I was able to find most of these in the single serving craft brew aisle. So you don't have to buy a 6-pack of each or a 4-pack. Most of these I was able to buy one bottle because I just don't drink enough beer to be buying 4 6-packs. So, but if you like stouts, go buy yourself 4 6-packs or 4 packs. If you can't find these, buy something similar. Buy an oatmeal stout and join in. Next week we'll do a different theme. The ladies have already asked me to do a wine theme with some different wine tastings. I've got a lot of different ideas, but the Friday night is going to be mostly about the beer tasting. We'll certainly talk stocks and finance or dating, whatever you guys want. But I'm going to give you my rating and ranking on these, and I want to hear yours as well. Jeffrey says all the X's before you turn 21. Son, good Lord, Jeffrey. Jeffrey says the comment about exes is why I don't drink anymore. Oh, Jeffrey. What state are you in again, Jeff? Oh, good Lord. Arizona. Okay. Did I what? Did I get to try one of those? I did not. Not right now. No, I don't want to eat on camera, but after I'm done, sure. The last 2 times we've gone to AMC theaters, Scarlett ordered the pretzel bites, and now she's in love with them, the AMC pretzel bites. So she was at the grocery store, and she picked up a package of pretzel bites. Adam Aaron, if you're listening, after you get the popcorn rolled out, maybe AMC pretzel bites could be a thing. Anyway, she found some, and now she's in love with them. She's already bought 2 packages. I can't really be eating pretzel bites because that's not really keto. I had none in the theater. Well, maybe that might be a lie. I might have had 1. But she's insistent that I try these new ones. Honey, I cooked. Okay. You cooked. You baked some pretzel bites from a frozen package. It's the thought that counts, Tony. Walt, what's up? Elijah Woods, average comments per tweet about 200,000. One single tweet criticizing AMC, 8.1 million. Holy fuck. Maybe I should reconsider and add my 1 vote to his comments. Did I listen to the State of the Union? I did not, Irishman. I was 4 hours spent reading those Bed Bath & Beyond filings last night. And that plus then right after that, I was on, not, during one of them, I was on a Discord call. And then right after that, I said, okay, I'm done for the night. My brain is swimming. As soon as I got done, Steven said, hey, you want to jump on this other Discord call? We got a spreadsheet to review. And I was on that for another hour. Do you guys think I just like kick back and don't work at night? I was working till, I don't know, midnight, 1 o'clock a.m. last night. Did not get a chance to watch the State of the Union. I saw a couple headlines and some kiss. Saw a photo of a kiss. Dark Latin says the pretzel bites are my favorite, both cinnamon and Parmesan. But the AMCs have been out for 7 weeks. Holy shit. When we went to see Infinity Pool, I did. All right. This is going to sound bad because I just said I can't have carbs. And I did not have pretzel bites. But I did, for your guys' sake, right? For your guys' sake, I started trying the milkshakes, and I ordered the apple pie milkshake. And let me just tell you, that apple pie milkshake was a very smooth vanilla ice cream or milkshake consistency, not like a concrete, if you're familiar with that type of milkshake. This was very smooth, more smooth than Sonic. Maybe because it melted because I was eating my hamburger and fries, which also were great. I think between the 2 of us, we easily spent over $100 on alcohol, food, desserts at AMC theaters. People always say, no one spends $100 at AMC. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do. Let me tell you. That milkshake was good. It was chock full of apple chunks, these little bits of, I didn't taste like the apple pie It had cinnamon. It had apple chunks. It was very good. And then on that straw that they stick on the top, there was like a huge apple fritter, like about the size of your fist. It wasn't apple pie on the stick. It was, I would call it an apple fritter, if you know what I mean, if you got those in your area. Like the breakfast, kind of like a bear claw, but apple flavor. I couldn't eat that. It was too much, too sweet. I had the burger. I tried the fries, had the apple shake. I didn't even get popcorn. That's like one of the first times ever I did not get popcorn. But Scarlett did not get a milkshake. After she tried mine, she's like, oh, I'm definitely trying the Oreo one next time. And the good news, if you didn't tune in to my tweets or my community tab post, they finally hired a bartender at my dine-in AMC theater. I've been writing to Adam Aaron for months with no answer, complaining about no bartender. Pay these people more, Adam Aaron. No answer. I know the trolls think that I'm in constant communication with Adam Aaron. I message him. He never answers me back, mostly because I'm complaining. But thank you to the management of Tech Ridge AMC for, is it Tech Ridge? Yeah. The Tech Ridge Dine-In for finally hiring a bartender. I did interview the gentleman while he was making my drinks. How long you been here? Yada, yada, yada. He just started like a couple weeks ago. But good Lord, it's so irritating to go there on a weekend and not have a bartender. All that revenue just falling through our fingers, guys. There were people lined up at the bar. There were people lined up. This is the way, AMC. Get those bartenders hired. I knew I had ordered a lot of food, so I was going to get one of the extra large draft beers, but I went a little crazy. I decided to go with hard alcohol. What do you call the drink? What do you call the drink that has a little bit of everything? The gentleman's name for it, not trash can punch, not suicide. He brought out like 6 bottles and lined them up on the bar. I was like, "What is that all for my drink?" He's like, yeah. Yes, Long Island tea. It was their top shelf Long Island tea. Thank you, Willie. That's what I ordered. It was good. It was good. Do you know, I think the milkshake was more than my Long Island tea. A milkshake's $13.99. It's all good. It all goes to a good cause. It goes to you and to me and to earnings per share. We spared no expense. And the bartender, I was laughing because he lined up all these bottles, and then he brought out these flashcards with the little, I want to say hinges, but it had the little hoops, so you can flip the flashcards. He had a deck of flashcards with the little spiral thing as the spine of the flashcards. He had to flip to get the recipe for Long Island tea, Long Island iced tea. Like, that's how little time he'd been working there, and I'm guessing he's never been a bartender before. But I was impressed as a previous manager, as a previous process guy. I was impressed that AMC had the flashcards there for him. I'll tell you that. I don't mind that he looked at the flashcard. I was impressed that they had the flashcards there for him. Not some book he had to open up. It was well done for new hires. A lot of my previous corporate life was process improvement, process management. And so I was impressed. I know it's a dorky thing to be impressed by. Impressed that they had that. Thank you again, Walt. I'm gonna message Elijah Woods. when we get done here. Drink FUBAR. What is your favorite drink at AMC? And how many of you don't have a bar at your AMC? This one that we go to, 1 out of 3. We got 3 AMCs here in Austin. This one particular one, I would go to it every time. But we usually just pick the one that is most convenient time-wise, like for screenings, you know. But this one, they have a full kitchen. They got a shit ton of different food options. Way more than the other 2 theaters. They got a full bar. They've got a massive lobby. Like you could hang out and have a bachelor party in that lobby. The bar is excellent. And they deliver the food to your seat. So no matter what you order, they bring it to your seat. Unfortunately, you can't do a reorder from your seat. That would be nice. I'd like to see the evolution of AMC to be more like a Alamo Draft House or a whatever chains where they come through and you can punch a button and bring, you know, have a waiter come take your order. I'd like to see that for the evolution of AMC. I'd definitely order a second drink halfway through. I just, as a movie fan, I don't like leaving my seat and walking all the way back to the front lobby. And they always close that second lobby. You know, the one that's just outside your theater? Why is that shit always closed? I guess not enough people. I get it. I'll piss in my pants before I go to the bathroom. I'm just kidding. I don't want to leave to go to the bathroom. I don't want to leave to go order more food. Nothing. But on Avatar, 3.5 hour movie, I did take a bathroom break and I got more food. 2 for 1 trip, right? If you're going to leave for a bathroom, you got to go order more food. Hallie says you can try a Lotto 649. Is that on AMC's menu? One shot from the bottle, 6 from the left, 2 shots from the 4th bottle from the right, 3. I'm already confused. 6, 4. Shot, 3 shot. Is that step 3, shot from the 9th bottle from the right, or 3 shots from the... All right, Lotto 649. Remind me, Hallie, send me a DM on Twitter. All right, so I'm going to throw up the picture of our successful free drink gambit. This was what we got for free. Too bad that, what was her name? Lexi? Her name was Lexi. Too bad she shut her eyes in this picture. It was just bad timing. Cooper Rye Bourbon. Both Punchy Nuts and myself, she gave us a free shot. If you guys know the free drink gambit, I won't bore you by repeating how to get a free drink. But we both got a free shot courtesy of Lexi using my little technique. If you need me to repeat the story, I will. Thank you, Lexi. There's Punchy Nuts and me at one of the bars. This was the brisket. Each one of these slices, guys, was half a pound. This is 1 pound of brisket in Texas. We don't fuck around. 2 slices, 1 pound. A couple of people asked, what is the yellow stuff? That is cheese and jalapeno grits. And some homemade pickles. This was the line. This particular venue that I picked is it's a trailer. This is the pit barbecue over here in another trailer. It's about 20 feet long. So they smoke it overnight and then you just order and pick up. But the line is, on the weekends, the line is insane. And there's seating over here to the left for about 100 people. We waited in line about 30 minutes. Look at that fucking barbecue, though. Oh, man, it was so good. I did not finish all that in one sitting. I'm not able to. I can't eat a pound of barbecue. But that's the beautiful thing. You have leftovers. Ellie says we have a bar but no bartender. Come on, Adam Aaron, what are you doing? Why are all these bars got no bartenders? Traders Anonymous says Cineplex made 10 million profit off concessions here in Canada. That is pretty good. That is excellent. I can't wait to see what AMC's new concessions in the upcoming quarterly is. Am I seeing the new Titanic release? Andrew, gosh, I don't know, man. All right, can I be honest? Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic, I think, was one of his, hands down, one of his worst performances. Like, that was miscasting. He was not the right character for that movie. Now, everything that he did after Titanic, props, man. Great job, Leonardo. Titanic's a good movie. I've watched it a bunch of times. You know, the chicks always want to watch Titanic. But I'm just not a big fan of Leonardo's performance in that film. I think he was too young to be cast in that role opposite the leading actress. So I don't know. I mean, to support AMC, would I see the re-release? Maybe. But it's going to be if I have free time and if Scarlett really wants to see it. If she says no, probably not. I do like all the action sequences, like the boat sinking, people drowning. Oh, Lord. No, I better not go there. $17.96. Patriot says, if the bar has no bartender, what do you do? All right. So in my AMC, there has not been a bartender forever. I have to call the manager. The manager comes to the bar and makes us a drink. It's a pain in the ass, and it is just irritating because when people don't see other people lined up at the bar, they don't go over there and ask for a manager. I do because I'm pissed. That's my fucking theater. I'm an owner. And then while the manager's making my drink, I curse him out. Why don't you have a bartender here? Do you realize how much revenue you're leaving on the table? How much are you paying them? Well, that's not enough. Do you realize what city you're in? You can't pay them $7 an hour. Bump it up $2. Yeah, they don't like me over there. I did walk into this movie Infinity Pool with my AMC hat on, and I don't have it tonight, but whenever I was ordering both concessions and at the bar, their eyes kept on going, boop. Boop. They're like, is this somebody from corporate giving us a visit? They couldn't tell. PD Harris says, please repeat the story. How to get free drinks. All right. How to get free drinks. It worked. I wish Punchy Nuts was in here. It worked just like I describe it to you guys. And I've done this so many times. You can be alone. You can be with a date. You can be with a buddy like I was with Punchy Nuts. New friend. I mean, I met him at Thanksgiving. He came here for the AMC Friendsgiving we had. And then I met him for a second time this weekend. Man, we got fucked up this weekend. We had 2 beers with our barbecue, and then we went to 4 bars. And Scarlett only called me 1 time to check on me. We went to this bar, and we were chatting with Lexi, and I ordered a bourbon, and here's the setup line, PD Harris. It's not going to work every time, but it's going to work a majority of the time. And you gotta go in there with confidence. Ask them if they have your favorite tequila, your favorite bourbon, whatever it is. Do you have my favorite? My favorite is Bullet Rye. You have Bullet Rye? Oh yeah, we got it right here. All right, excellent. Give me a shot. Give my buddy a shot. By the way, Lexi, what's your favorite bourbon? Because I haven't found anything better than Bullet Rye. Oh, my favorite is Cooper Rye. Have you tried that? No, I haven't. Would you like to try a shot? Absolutely, Lexi. It was that easy, guys. And I've done that so many times with tequila. Go in there and say you love Patron. Ask them what their favorite is. Say you've never found anything better than Patron. So many times you'll get a free shot. Lexi, I hope you're not watching tonight. I did leave my YouTube channel name on the receipt because she asked what I do for work. We weren't using you, Lexi. We generally... I'm going to be honest, guys. That Cooper Rye bourbon, of all we had 2 or 3 drinks at that bar. Her choice was it was better. It was better than the Bullet Rye. Cooper, Kooper, Cooper Rye. I'm going to buy a bottle. That's why I asked her to take the picture, because I wanted to make sure I wouldn't forget it. David Para says, Boomer. That's what they call me, David. What up? Yeah, Trader says, Departed, Blood Diamond, so many good rules. I also like the, what was it, Aviator? Was that the name of the movie that he did? He had so many good rules. As he's gotten older, he's really... Catch Me If You Can. I liked that one with Tom Hanks. The older he got, the more I think he really developed his skills. And as a D-rated actor, I have the right to say that, you know. Mike says it's never free. I tip accordingly. I tipped Lexi very well, Mike. Always tip your wait staff. Always tip them well. Shutter Island, Carl. I don't know if I've seen Shutter Island. I know the movie. I don't know. I can't remember if I've seen it. Clark, what's up, amigo? Just got home from work and I am worn out. AC/DC has the song Ain't No Fun Waiting Around to Be a Millionaire. I grew up, Clark, listening to AC/DC. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Why do I feel like that movie was not Leonardo DiCaprio? There's Mr. Punchy. What's up? Punchy Nuts. Tell him, was the free drink as easy as I just explained it? Or is my memory hazy because we had a couple drinks? What's Eating Gilbert Grape? I'm going to check on that. Hey, Punchy, I came home that day and I took a nap. I was going to live stream that night, remember? I didn't wake up till like 9:30. Oh, yeah, Leonardo is in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Oh, and Johnny Depp. Well, I remember Johnny Depp. That's all I think of when I think of What's Eating Gilbert Grape. I don't think I've seen that movie, but I know Johnny Depp was in it. That guy's a character. Sergeant Beef says it's probably much simpler. Who wouldn't want a free sample? I mean, look, as a single guy going into a bar and getting a free drink from a female, that's not easy, especially when you're old and ugly like me, Sergeant Beef. Traders Anonymous, thank you. He says, thanks for the stream tonight. Needed your level head after a couple of days of crapola. It has been a little bit crazy this week. I know. I was tuning in here and there where I could to a lot of the craziness going on and just shaking my head. I thought about many times jumping in. Let me just be a harbor of respite for some of these people. But then I was like, no, I don't really want to live stream for 100 viewers while everybody's, anyways. I'll wait a week and then we'll be back. Evenings works better for me right now. Inception, The Revenant. Oh man, The Revenant was good. He plays Johnny. All right, so I need to go watch Shutter Island and Gilbert Grape. I just don't recall watching those. The Revenant was excellent. Sean Tio, what's up? Good evening. What is my take on The Spy at the end of the week? All right, I did look at The Spy earlier just to have a couple thoughts for you guys. Let me pull it back up. Always when I'm looking at The Spy, besides looking at the TA, look, I'm not a guy that's going to tell you this is run by an algo and there's nothing else affecting it. Everything that is affecting The Spy is based on many, many different things. And to say otherwise is what I will politely call the ignorance of youth. That's not an insult. I'm just saying you have not understand how economics and, global news affect indexes. If you think this thing just trades with zero regard of what's going on in the world, I would call that inexperience. And I mean that in the most respectful way possible. The Spy is currently on a bullish trend from all the way from back in October, right? But day to day, week to week, The Spy has been very, very bipolar. And you can see that as we zoom in and look at this. So this is why I'm not trading The Spy right now. One day we're massively up, then you get these huge volatile drops. This is very hard to call because you're in a recessionary bear market with rising interest rates and you got global uncertainty with Ukraine and everything else. The more I see upward momentum, the better I feel about trading The Spy. It's easier to get it right. It's a great time to start a YouTube channel when The Spy's been on an upward trend for a couple months. Yeah, great time. But that doesn't mean that the volatility and all of that risk has been worked out yet. I'm more interested in seeing where we're at the end of March when we get this through this first quarter of earnings. And if I look at the hourly, so on the daily, the general trend is okay. But when I go down to the hourly, let's see what we got. I don't know if I looked at this. MACD, it's slightly bearish, or not overly bearish. But, you can't really pull a signal off of that. RSI is right in the middle. We're above the 200. And these moving averages, the 13, the 48, and the 60, not giving me a clear signal. We're above all of them, which is good, but we're trending down on declining volume. So I'm going to take the totality of all that and say if there were no other inputs into tomorrow morning, I would expect the downward trend to continue somewhere around 409. All that being said, that's a lot of talk, Tony. All that being said, everything could change in the morning when you see earnings on all these big companies in the morning. So wake up early, get up an hour before the bell, see what the earnings look like. That will tell you what the indexes are going to do throughout the day. That would be my take. There's no other major economic news that I can recall. So it's probably going to be moving off of earnings in the morning. Also, check out the Basketball Diaries. You guys are giving me so many damn movies. Russell's Reserve Kentucky Straight Rye. I don't think I've had that one either. So many bourbons to try. Wait a minute. Broke Ape says, just got on the train, leaving my phone behind. You left your phone like where? On the platform, waiting for your train. Took a cab back and your phone's still there. That is unbelievable in New York. Scarlett called me, my wife called me a week ago. She was buying rabbit food at the store late at night. I don't know. I don't remember what time it was, 7, 8 o'clock. And like hours went by. And how did she call me? Maybe she called me from her phone. I don't know how the hell. Oh, she called me from her phone. She called me from her phone, but she said she had lost her wallet. She has a bad habit of setting her phone or her wallet down while she's shopping. Lost her wallet in the grocery store, massive grocery store. I was like, all right, well, you got to do the basics. You got to retrace all your steps. She did retrace everything, couldn't find it. Finally, like an hour after that, she came home and she's like, I found my wallet. I said, where was it? I left it in my car. Left it in her car. She does have some blonde hair. If you lift up the red hair in the very back and look right in the middle, there's some blonde hair there. I'm not lying. I'm glad you found your phone, Broke Ape. I've lived through that vicariously through my wife many times. All right, maybe we'll watch Shutter Island tonight when I get off the live stream, Andrew. Wait, jobs report or unemployment in the morning? All right, that could be a factor. I haven't even had time to look. Let me check. I thought we got all that out of the way last week. I've had a couple bourbons by now. I can barely spell. Economic calendar. Thank you, Google. Clear. United States supply. Tomorrow is Thursday. We got continuing jobless claims. Yep. Initial jobless claims. And jobless claims 4-week average. You are correct. We got the Fed. Waller speaking at 12:30 on Friday. I'm not as worried about that. So we do have jobless claims in the morning on top of the earnings. All right, so one more factor for the algos. Clark says, Julie accidentally locked the keys in the car one morning. We were ready to go to Florida on vacation. Oh, Lord. Clark, another true story. I ordered Scarlett, I'm sorry if you watch this ever after I'm gone and passed on. I'm going to talk some smack about you again. Clark, I ordered a locksmith kit for unlocking doors after so many times of her locking her keys in her car. I've got the wedge you put and you pump it up and it spreads the window from the door frame, and then it's got like a 6-foot bar with a hook on the end where you can either pop the door lock or snag the keys and pull them out. And the other thing to have ready with my wife is a 1 gallon gas tank, 1 gallon gas container. Between the keys, the wallet, the phone, and the running out of gas. She's famous for running. I don't know about you guys. Your wives do this? Or do you have a friend or a husband that does this? Runs their gas tank down till the light comes on. They've got like 1/16 of a tank left. I don't know how I ran out of gas. You're supposed to fill up at a 1/4 tank. Half tank, even better. Why you run it down till the light comes on is beyond me. 7 years I've been saying that shit. Next time I'm just going to... No, I'm not coming to get you. Let that be a lesson. I'm just kidding. I always go rescue her, but... The Departed was an excellent movie, Vinny. Yes. Gatsby, Traders Anonymous. God, what a good movie. Good book. Excellent movie, too. I'd take Gatsby over Inception any day. But I've watched Gatsby multiple times. I've only watched Inception maybe once. Maybe if I watched it more than once, it would grow on me. I just like the big parties. Who wouldn't like a big party? Gatsby, come on. Edward says, if the reverse split vote passes like it most likely will, are you going to buy some puts in case? I've already priced them, Edward. I priced them a couple days ago, this weekend. And at that point where I priced them, the IV was so high that it made no sense. Now that the price is coming down, I need to go check it again in the morning. I mean, literally, AMC would have had to drop to the equivalent of about $1.50 right now. $10.50. And I just don't see it going that low. So I'm not going to blow $300-400 on a put for the potential of making a 20% profit if it drops to $10.50. I posted about it on my... I posted about it in the Discord and then later in the community tab. So I told you guys last weekend that I was going to consider it because people were asking me. This is called hedging. It's not shorting. Saw people trying to, Tony Denaro is going to short AMC. No, you dumb fucks. Options is not shorting. It's called hedging. It's protecting. It's a protective put. You're going to carry your long position. You're going to carry your shares. But if you anticipate that the price might go down, what is hedging? That is buying a put to offset any losses you have in the shares you're holding because you're not short, you're fucking long. But hedging with a put is one way. But you can't just buy it and say, I'm going to be fine. You got to look at the payouts. You got to look at the IV. And when I looked at it a couple days ago this weekend, it was not going to be beneficial. The puts were so expensive. Now that the price has come down, the IV might have dropped. I haven't looked at it. I'll look at it tonight when we get done here. If I think there's an opportunity for you to make a smart hedge and you intend to hold long through the vote, if I think there's an opportunity, I'll post it up for you. The main thing I want to do, guys, is help you not lose money. Right? If you want to hold long and you can make a little bit if it drops through no fault of our own, through these fucking paper-handed bitches that are selling, then why shouldn't we? Why shouldn't we make a little money while it goes down? We're holding strong. We're just going to eat it, or do you want to hedge a little bit? It's not financial advice. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not advocating puts. In fact, I'm saying when I looked at them, they made no sense, but we need to look at them every day and see if there's a point where they do make sense. PD Harris says that's describing my wife to a T. I love The Fugitive, P.D. Harris, Harrison Ford, and Tommy Lee Jones. Excellent movie. Carl says buy enough that the theta decay is minimum. I looked at multiple different expirations, Carl. They were all just ridiculously priced. Traders, thank you. Have a good night. Julie, payback time. Uh-oh. Julie she's gonna call Clark out. Clark locked me out of our business today in the dark. No, Clark. He walked right in the building and it was right behind him, and he shut the door and locked it. Locked you out. Oh my gosh. Julie, I got one better for you. Have you ever been locked inside of a chicken coop with no way to get out? That happened to me. I have, you guys know I have chickens, and I've got a Cadillac coop out there for them. It's a walk-in 4x12. Taller than me. It's like 8 feet tall. I walked in and it's got a latch to open the door. And there's a safety cable on the inside to open the latch from the inside. Well, somehow that safety cable came undone. So I walked in and the wind blew the door shut and pulled the cable, nothing. Stuck in a fucking chicken coop in the dark. Scarlett she's legally deaf. She can't hear me. Don't have my phone. It's getting cold. The chicken coop is constructed to keep everything but a bear out. Like, how the fuck am I going to get out of this thing? I can't break it. I did that to myself. That was just dumb shit. I did finally end up breaking something. Just to the point where I could get my hand up, jimmy that latch. Edward says, will the IV change when the AMC is 50 and buying a put around $5 for 4 to 6? I mean, look, Edward, I always tell folks, if you think you have a great idea, Edward, the market's already thought of it long before you. If you think AMC is going to go down after the reverse split because it's $50, they already thought about that shit long before you did. The IV's already priced in. You got to buy options when no one else believes in it. You got to buy calls when AMC's at $2. That's how I do it. You got to buy puts. You got to always buy at the opposite time that makes sense. If you're a buyer, if you're a seller, you want to sell options into high IV. If you're a buyer, you want to buy into low IV. Scott says, how are people doing taxes when brokerages they probably didn't sell? They're probably diamond handing, Scott. Yeah, guys, if you're buying like AMC calls in a run up, if you were buying calls for Good Lord. God help you. If you were buying $145 calls as we were running up to 7, you got fucked. Not only because 145, but you were buying as the IV was increasing. The more people that are demanding those calls, the more expensive they're going to get. You should have just waited, or you should have bought when AMC was at $395. You could have got them probably for half price. I'm not kidding. Like, do paper trades on options for a while. Mess around with shit. Remember when, what was that car rental company? Was it Avis that ran up to like a couple hundred or $1,000? And people were, oh, I'm going to buy calls and write it down. Nope, you're not going to make any money. Even if you bought puts at the top, you're still not going to make money till it gets all the way back down. And I remember watching Matt Kors. I'm going to buy puts on Tesla at 1,200. Then it was like at 800. And he's like, I don't know why I'm still in the red. You should, Matt. Maybe it wasn't 800. Maybe it was 1,000. He couldn't figure out why he was still in the red when the price had fallen, because IV had already priced in the expectation it was going to fall. You can't do that shit. Or you better be really, really right on the direction. That's why I don't buy options a lot. Good night, PD Harris. Good night, Mrs. Harris. Brooke Ape says, glad Casey Streams got Nana Ape out of taking options. Yeah, there's a lot of hopium going on this week, and God bless everyone who is contributing to this movement by tweeting, Reddit, Stock Twitch, YouTube. I appreciate everybody's contribution, but we owe each other. What's the right word to say it? We owe each other the respect to be realistic. Now, I get it. There's always going to be the hype man. We always got hype men. But I want you, if you're listening to my channel, to recognize the hype men for what they are and still keep your feet grounded in reality so you don't make financially bad decisions. Hype men are necessary in every play. Every play has them. But you need to get a good entry. You need to get a good entry, not a hype entry. That's for options and for stock. That's for a meme stock or for a day trade that happens tomorrow. If I wake up at 8 a.m. and something's already up 100% from 4 a.m., I'm not going to buy it. Because I already missed the good entry. If I would have woke my ass up at 4 a.m., I could have got in early. It's okay to miss plays. There'll be another one tomorrow. Clark says, how did Roaring Kitty make $50 million? I don't remember how much he made, Clark, but he started buying way early. He got the first run up. He had options. He exercised those options, and then he bought more, if I recall correctly. And then he had 2 runs that he participated in. I think he exercises. I think he sold, and then he probably bought more on the dip. I forget. But that guy had conviction in the play. And he was right. You know why he was right? I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for saying this, but the Ortex showed that the short interest was really high. And I'm not talking 20% high. I'm talking 100%. Ortex is rigged. Ortex is self-reported. It was good enough for Roaring Kitty. Good enough for me. I don't care what anybody else says. You can complain about it being self-reported, guys. It's the only tool we have. And it's a pretty good one. Is it 100% correct? Probably not. But remember always, Ortex is not the shorts reporting their info. It's the lenders reporting the info. It's at least one step improved. And do you think they'd be telling us right now, if they were lying, would they be telling us that the cost to borrow is 400%? No. I think you can mostly trust this data. Do they occasionally make mistakes? Yes. They occasionally make mistakes, especially around dilution. So many plays I see where I know the company's diluting and Ortex hasn't received updated information from the company, and they're showing the float is incorrect, and they all of a sudden they think the short interest is 1,000%. That is a data feed problem. I'll help you out on those. When you see ridiculous short interest, send me a message, send me a DM. I'll sort it out. I have tools to sort it out. And I will call these fucking companies out, and they always say, oh, sorry, we rely on data from an external provider and they haven't updated. Well, how come I can figure it out and you can't? Like, you need to get better at your data. Carl says Ant's TA is good, but 140. I mean, I disagree. I already covered the TA for AMC at the beginning of this live stream, Carl. I honor and appreciate his enthusiasm. I do, and his contribution to this movement. Nothing against the dude. You're not gonna catch me being one of the drama starters in this movement. But I've already shown my TA on I called 580 for the close today. We closed at 572. Tomorrow, 525, unless the market is green and earnings are good, we could see 6. But if I'm looking at the chart, we're headed to 525 tomorrow. How do we fix that? We have good earnings from all these companies in the market in the morning, pre-market, and all of the index is green. Then we can go up. You cannot look at one chart, one algo, and say, that's all I'm going to look at. I don't care what news is out there. I don't care what Jerome Powell says. I don't care about anything else. That is what I call the naivety of youth. And as much as I like Ant, he's Italian and his name is Tony. What is not to like? As much as I like him, I'd love to have a conversation with him and share my thoughts. Maybe he's not receptive to it. Who knows? But I've been doing this more than 18 months. You cannot ignore everything else going on in the world or the market. Jesse says, I have invited him, Jesse. He said no. He knows that I'm not a big believer in algos, and I'll still have him on and let him make his case. I'm not going to embarrass him if he wants to come on. You guys, you've watched me do collabs with people. I don't embarrass people on collabs. I let them speak their case. I give them a platform. Part of my whole channel is to give people a platform to say their views, whether I agree with them or not. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. I want to get messages out. And it doesn't mean that I'm always right by any stretch. He could be right. He could be right. But the offer was extended and he said no. So I did what I could. I would never embarrass somebody on my channel. Unless they wanted, if it was a debate format and they wanted to debate. The only, unfortunately, most of the people that I could debate, people that are anti-AMC, they're such pathetic human beings that they don't want to debate TA. They want to do personal insults and doxing and all that stuff. I don't got time for that drama nonsense. So most of the people that would be good debate partners have disqualified themselves by being pieces of shit. But at some point, we'll find a good debate person, somebody who's like a intellectually honest person. I don't mind debating someone that doesn't like AMC, but if you've based your channel on talking about how people look, what's in their background, you know, people pick the stupidest. Oh, look at that hat he's wearing. Look at that lamp in his background. Like, if that's how you tear somebody apart, I already know you're a piece of shit because you can't stay focused. You got to go to ad hominem attacks. So those people will never be welcome here. But someone that just, you know, is an adult and can talk about due diligence, I'm happy to have a debate. The reason they always default to that shit, the things that don't matter, is because, you know, at some level they are incorrect and they know it. So in order, you know, one way to tear your opponent down is to do a personal attack. I don't do that. But the reason, when you see someone doing that, you already know that they're coming from a place of weakness. I love listening to channels that don't like AMC, though, just to, you know, self-check my own conviction in the play. A-Man says, am I bullish, bearish, or on the sidelines on BBBY? If I look just financial analysis of BBBY, it's a total wreck. Amen. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying, like, my background is in economics and finance. There's nothing good about that play. However, all that being said, if you watch my last two videos, the short interest is high, the cost to borrow is high, the retail interest is high. You could still get a short squeeze based off of that because retail is not always rational. This is what scares the shorts right now. Retail is not rational. But me being a logical, data-driven person and a basis in business and finance, there's no good reason to believe in Bed Bath & Beyond. That doesn't mean it can't squeeze, right? I'm just going to be straight up with you. But I'm not buying it right now. Based on analysis and based on how I know Wall Street's looking at it, the tendency is probably going to be for it to go down. At some point, it could get so low that retail buys it up and gets another squeeze going. But now we got so much dilution on the table with this new offering that even if retail starts pushing it up, these institutions that bought all those preferred shares are going to sell it right into you. You're going to think you're making momentum, and they might let it run a little bit. They might let it run a little bit so they can make more money because they're going to dilute and sell shares to you. And you think you're running it up to $3 or $4. You're just increasing their profits, and then they're going to wreck you. That is very blunt talk, but that is reality. And I'm not saying that against BBBY. I'm saying that because I've seen that so many times. But yeah, if you ask me my fundamental analysis of Bed Bath, it's a wreck. Could it still squeeze? Could still squeeze. Now that we have the dilution on the table, that is, it's compromised. That's the nicest way I can say it. Broke Abe, what kind of restaurant do you have? What type of food? Thank you, Clark. I appreciate you too. And Julie, both of you. Look, at the end of the day, guys, if you can understand that there's dilution coming and you see momentum in BBBY, you can still get in the play. I said in tonight's video, if I see momentum in Bed Bath, I'll get in it for an hour or two or however long the momentum is moving, but I am not going to hold that shit overnight. And as soon as I see it topping out and coming back down and the volume dropping, I'll be out. You can make 10, 20, 50, 100% on a play in a day. That's still a good play. But I do not buy into all the fairy tales on Reddit about Bed Bath & Beyond. And I could be 100% wrong. You hear me? I could be wrong. There could be a buyout brewing. Carl Icahn could be planning to buy the company, but people are saying he bought it 3 weeks ago. There'd already be a filing, guys. If Carl Icahn controlled the company, if Ryan Cohen controlled the company, if they were buying shares, a controlling interest, there'd be filings already by now. This is just, I could look at every Reddit post and tear it apart in 60 seconds based on logic and facts, because these people that are posting shit don't understand filing requirements, deadlines, how the market works. They're just literally making shit up. And I know that sounds harsh, but I've read all the posts in the past 2 days, and I could poke holes in them. These people they'd be decimated in a debate with me on Bed Bath & Beyond, because they're spinning speculative stories. Nothing is based on fact. Doesn't mean that they might not be right, but based on logic and facts, they are not right. But the car is so pretty. Yeah, like the guy that said, buy Mullen because the cars are pretty, and one day they'll be made in the USA. I got a Mullen video coming out, but I don't know. How hated do I want to be? How hated do I want to be to make a Mullen video? It's not going to be pretty if I make a Mullen video. I saw Frank Nez, one of the biggest fucking clickbaiters out there. Analysts say Mullen's going to $23. Really? Frank Nez? One analyst that you can't even identify the name of. No one can find the name of this analyst. Has a low, mid, and high range of Mullen of $23. No one knows who this guy is. I'll pay you money if you can find the guy's name. There is zero chance of Mullen going to $23. Zero chance. It'd be lucky to get over $1. They're not even going to start production and delivery till the end of 2024. How are they going to get to $23? They got $5 billion dilution on the table. How are they going to get to $23? Frank Nez is a fucking clickbaiter. There's only a few people I will call out as bullshitters. That dude's one of them. Come debate me, Frank Nez. You're going to write articles and tweet and make videos. Come debate me. I'll debate you on Mullen. Show me your DD of how Mullen's going to get to $23, my friend, based on no production till the end of 2024. No, the IGO is not going to do it. The Bollinger's not going to do it. Not enough units. Not even close. You're going to get the fuck diluted out of you on Mullen. Maybe in 10 years, Carl. Yeah, maybe if they get into production. I mean, even their auditor said in the latest 10Q, the auditor said, we have serious concerns about Mullen being able to survive as an ongoing concern. When your auditors are saying that in the 10Q, you ought to pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. The dilution will help them generate cash and get them through, I think, to production. But once they get into production, they need to really make something meaningful of it. There's not going to be any $23 in Mullen. There's not going to be $10 in Mullen. Not going to be probably $1 in Mullen. But I will buy it. What did I say I'd buy it at? 25 cents? I'll buy a little bit for speculation on retail pump if it hits 25 cents. Post or pre-split. If it hits 25 cents, I promise you I'll buy some. That's my price target. Clark says, Tony, what do you think of the ticker symbol NWBO? Bought 900 shares. Cancer research company, been around since 1998. All right, Clark. Let's see what we got, Clark. The high was back in 2020. Currently trading at 70 cents. Revenue, 206,000. I don't know anything about this company, Clark, but I see negative earnings per share. I see some revenues on a quarterly basis of 400,000, some zero, some 200,000. They did have some profitable quarters in the past. A lot of negatives. I'm just going to guess, Clark, that they probably don't have a product that is making them any money yet. Cancer drug company accuses U.S. market of stock spoofing. Is this another one of the naked shorting companies? They need to get profitable, Clark. Could it be a potential play if they start making money? Yes. Look at the balance sheet. Total current assets, 11 million, of which 9 million is cash. Current liabilities. Well, this is not good, Clark. They've got 9 million in cash and they've got 116 million in current liabilities. I mean, that's the end of the story right there. No. That's a no. That's a hard no. All right. You bought into the possibility of a short squeeze. Let's take a look. NWBO. I mean, you got to ask yourself, Clark, always, why is the short interest high, right? Could it potentially be high because their financials are a wreck? Could it be high because shorts realize that the current liabilities are 10x the current assets? That in the next year, they don't have enough cash to pay off what they owe? Free float percent on loan is 3%. Cost to borrow 13%. No, this is not a short squeeze play. Nope. Steven says, go outside and look at the stars and tell me you see AMC to 100K written in the constellation. Please, Tony, tell us something good. Clark, I want to know one thing, Clark. Who told you this was a short squeeze play? There's a lot of people I follow on Twitter that pound the table every day about the shorts. And most of the time I read their tweets and just laugh. VO Warrior, did I talk about a firm? I only talked about the layoffs that they're doing. I did not look. If they announced earnings after market, I didn't look at them. I saw that they were doing layoffs. That's it. Alpha status. Is that on, Clark, is that on Twitter or YouTube? Look, guys, there are a lot of people on YouTube. I wish I could call them out by name. There are, I'm going to be nice and say there are a lot of idiots on YouTube. And there's even more idiots on Twitter that will tell you the financials don't matter. The fact that they're on the risk of Chapter 11 doesn't matter. This is bullish, guys. How long have you guys been doing this? See people on Twitter that are saying that the company warning about an impending Chapter 11 is bullish. Don't ever fucking ignore what the company is telling you. You should be really scared when the company is telling you we have a major upcoming risk of Chapter 11 and someone on YouTube is telling you this is bullish. Fucking run away. Run fucking away. I got a couple in mind right now that put out these videos every week of these plays that are cratering and they say it's bullish. And then all of a sudden, oh, this came out of the blue. No, it wasn't out of the blue. You just told them 3 days ago to ignore it because it was bullish. Some of these people literally need to be hauled in front of the SEC for the amount of plays that they have lost people money on by reading filings or reading press releases and telling you it's bullish when it's clearly not bullish. A firm tanked after hours. All right, let's look at a firm. I remember when this was a meme stock play way back in the day. $176 down to 16. Already, I can tell you guys, like on my channel, we're not looking for stocks that have, we're not looking to buy today stocks that have done this. Affirm Holdings committed to a restructuring plan. I saw this 19% job cuts. That's good. I mean, you got to cut jobs when you're losing money. Q3 revenue between 360 to 380. All right, so they're predicting, the last one I see here is 256 in Q1. Something's not right here. I'm missing some data. They've been growing. I'm looking at the revenue, scrolling back. They've been growing. All right, let's look at, sorry, balance sheet. Let me go. Here we go. Total revenue. No, they have not been growing. Going back to 2020, they have been growing, and then Q1. They fell from 308 to 298 earnings per share. Going the wrong direction. Cash 1.53 billion. Total current liabilities. All right. Total current assets. Cash 1.53 billion. Total current liabilities. That looks like they're okay on that. I don't know. They need to get profitable. They got a profitability problem. What is a good short squeeze play to buy into? Can you give me a list, Clark? I post in the Discord a list about once a week, Clark, of the top short squeeze candidates. That doesn't mean that they're going to definitively short squeeze. I've bought into a couple. I bought into Weber. It had a super high short interest and a high cost to borrow. And then they got a buyout, which was at the same or lower than what I bought in at. So that didn't work out. And then another one that I bought into was Clarus, C-L-A-R-U-S. It's been recovering, but I just decided to exit the play because I wanted to use the money on something that I could make money on instead of waiting a year for Clarus to recover. I was hoping, the only reason I bought into it is I was hoping that the retail, that the YouTubers would pick up on it. They never did. I post screenshots every now and then in the Discord of these short extremes, either by percentage of short interest or the short interest score from Ortex. It really just depends on not this, but what are people pushing? That's all you need to know. I know that sounds stupid, but if you see what people are pushing and you can get in on day one and then get out on day 3, you're probably going to be okay. Forget everything they're saying. If you see multiple people pushing the same play, or someone with a big platform pushing a play and they have a record of driving prices up, go ahead and jump in. Doesn't matter how shitty the company is. Forget what price target they're telling you. Get in on day 1 and get the fuck out. All right, what time is it? We started at 8:30. I'll go 20 more minutes till 12:30. Check the short interest on Indo. Yes, I can. $6.5%. Cost to borrow is high at 261%. Shares available 40,000 and the float is 4.7 million. That chart looks like shit over here though, doesn't it? I'm just saying, Clark, like I've been experimenting with like preloading some of the high short interest plays, thinking I would get ahead of them before the pumpers started pumping them. So far, I'm 0 for 2. Weber and Claris. I tried to get in them just on an experiment to see if I could get in a high short interest, high short squeeze score play before the pumpers started pumping them. And neither one of those two worked out. I've had much more success watching the pumpers. The day they start talking about something, fucking buy in it. If it's not already up 100%, just buy in it. Watch it for a day or two. Your risk is low if it hasn't started moving. And then once it starts moving, get out. If it's already up 100%, that's the roll of the dice. Sometimes they go up 500-600%. Look at, what was that one Lou called out a few weeks ago? Sound. I stopped watching that one because it wasn't moving, and finally it moved. Despite all odds, there's like no reason that company should be moving. But it finally got momentum. You could have bought it on the first day he was talking about it. And if you were patient, it would have worked out. VO says, Tony, how long since the chair catalyst and shots? Look, my birthday is not that far off. The last real major run-up we had was on my birthday. Now, we got the vote about 2 weeks before my birthday, so I'm not so certain this year what's going to happen, but I'll wear the birthday shirt again just in case. Apron is on the list for high short interest for sure. I remember seeing it. APRM. I've looked at the financials of Apron, and it didn't convince me to buy it at the time. But it has, let's see, ran up from 50 cents in December to $1.50. That's not too bad. I couldn't find anything that I loved about Apron, and I get stuck sometimes into looking at fundamentals too much. So that's why you need to listen to me, but also be willing to listen to the pumpers as long as you get in early. I'm going to tell you the fundamental side. I'm going to tell you the risk. The pumpers are going to tell you what's going to pump. Somewhere, I'm going to say, if you get in, just don't believe their targets, because the fundamentals are shit in this company. So could it pump? Yes, it could pump, but it's not going to go to $8. If I got in at 50 cents and could get out at $1 or $1.50, that'd be a great 30-day trade. If you can make 100% in 30 days, you just beat Wall Street experts' 5-year returns. Clark, am I going to keep my Discord going? Yeah, I'm not doing YouTube for AMC, Clark. You guys should know that by now. I was day trading and trading long before AMC. I started my channel because of the amount of clickbait and bullshit in AMC. But I am looking at dozens of different stocks every week, dozens of different plays. I will be around, and I'll still be trading after AMC. What I spend my time working on is what you guys are asking about, or whatever is in play that week. BO says Brenda called out Apron last week. Let me pull up the chart. Yeah, I've had people asking me about Apron for at least a week. So it was on the social score as a potential run. But when I looked at it a week ago, I was like, yeah, I don't know. But despite my skepticism, it's up a couple 100%. That's not bad. I will always tend to be more conservative than some of the other people you listen to. That doesn't mean don't jump in the play. That just means don't believe these guys' price targets. And when it starts coming down, like I see Apron coming down on decreasing volume, I would be getting out of this play. This is the hourly. It had a little bit of momentum at the end of the day on declining volume. That is actually bullish. Watch it in pre-market. Overall, from the 6th, the trend is downward, but the end of the day today was bullish. When you see candles going up on lower volume, that means people were buying it. So I would say watch this one in the morning. If you can get up at 4 a.m., or whenever the market opens and you can trade pre-market, keep an eye on this one. It's not a dead play. Yeah, it looks like it could run up in pre-market. I'd definitely put this on my watch list if you're going to be up in a few hours. Ten minutes. All right, let's see what order we have here. Look at Hagen and Gamble. I remember looking at Gamble. Nope. I'd say no on that one. Give me that HAGEN. I'm not coming up. Give me a symbol to look up. HAGEN's not coming up with anything. HGEN. All right. $0.22 from 9 cents. Volume 2.4 million on an average of 2.9. I'm guessing by the name, this is a biotech. It's got 2 months of pushing up. You can't ignore that. Target announced on January 11th of 15 cents. Now it's at 22. I don't know anything about this company, but based on the chart, I mean, it's still in a bullish pattern on the hourly. I don't love stocks that have cratered this much, but if we're just talking momentum trade, last 2 daily candles have not been excellent. Overbought on the RSI. Worth keeping an eye on. I wouldn't say that it's done, but it's starting to trend towards bearish. Too early to call. RSI being hot on the daily, and the MACD looks like it's wanting to start curling around. 2 red candles on the daily. Hard to call from the hourly, but looking like it was starting to fade at the end of the day. Trending towards bearish, maybe not done yet. All right, let's end the last 6 minutes on something not stock related. Who's going to come in Friday night for the beer festival? Can you get the required drinks by Friday night? That is the question. If you're just tuning in and you're like, what the hell is he talking about? We're going to have a party here on Friday night. Let me put up the screenshot. Where is it? This Friday night is going to be oatmeal stout night. These are what you must buy. Top right. Convict Hill, Brewdog Jet Black Heart, Samuel Smith oatmeal stout. And your bonus, should you choose, it's not an oatmeal stout, but it is a peanut butter milk stout. This Jet Black Heart and the peanut butter milk stout both come in nitro and non-nitro. Doesn't matter. If you got it available in your area, grab one. These are what I have. We're going to hang out, talk some stocks, talk relationships, talk how your week went. We'll talk about algos, but mostly we're going to be rating some beers. And then every week or every other week, we'll do some different type of contest between beverages. Maybe we'll have a contest between countries. Maybe I'll pick a German, an American, a Japanese, and a Chinese beer. Bavarian, Belgian, who knows? We'll do some wine nights. But we deserve to have a little bit of fun on Friday night. So this is your task before Friday, 8 p.m. Go snag you some of these. If they don't have these, just go get you whatever you got available in your local area for an oatmeal stout. I got these at Total Wine. They have a aisle for single purchase of craft beers, so you don't have to buy a whole 6-pack of each one. Maybe Specs has that too. I don't know. If you don't drink, just come and watch me smash 4 beers. We'll probably do a rule like you got to drink 1 per 30 minutes. So I don't want to drag it out 4 hours and make you wait to watch me get drunk. We're gonna slam this shit, and then you can ask me whatever questions you want. Codename Bogdan says, we'll both be partying with you and Scarlett. I sure hope that I can get Scarlett to come on camera Friday night. She owes us. Remember last Saturday, she said she was going to come on, and then she didn't. I don't remember was I streaming last Saturday and she didn't come, or I just didn't stream last Saturday. Whatever, she owes us an appearance. She promised she would, so I don't think she's a fan of stout beers. I'm going to be honest. Sam says, Burning Foot, a beer festival in West Michigan. They have 70 to 85 breweries. Oh, man, that sounds like a good time, Sam. Good luck to you, Clark. Just remember, this is just my opinion. Clark, doesn't mean I'm going to be right. You ask the question, I give you my thoughts. We have a lot of good brew. What's the word? It's not a brew pub, but these pubs that have like 100 beers on tap, just like a stone's throw away from where we live. We need to go do that again one night, but it's much more fun and safer to drink here in the safety of our own home. We don't have to drive anywhere. Bloom Food Line has build your own 6-pack in our area. I like that idea. Yeah, Clark, let us know how it goes with NWBO. One and a half minutes to go. Who's going to be up in pre-market? I'm going to do my best. I don't set an alarm unless I have a trade in play. But we talked about a couple that are worth watching in the morning. I think Apron is one of them. As soon as I wake up, the first thing I do is check pre-market movers, and update the Discord with stuff for people to keep an eye on. Sometimes those end up being runners for the entire day. Sometimes they fade out in the first hour of pre-market. But whenever I wake up, and I don't need a lot of sleep, but when I wake up, I'll be in the Discord with you guys for those of you that are members of the channel, those of you that have the badge next to your name. Thank you. For everyone that tuned in tonight, special thanks to those of you with the badges by your name. If you do ever, guys, choose to hit the join button on YouTube, you get that badge, but more importantly, you get free access to the Discord. When I'm not here live, I'm in the Discord almost 24 hours a day, answering questions, talking about stocks, sharing DD. It takes a long time to get out a 5-minute video. I can update the Discord real time. Am I passing out hopium shots still, Paul? I tell you what, Paul, we have a hopium shot call price this week of AMC $8 and APE $4. At any point this week, if AMC hits 8 or APE hits $4, I will be live doing a shot with you guys. That I can promise you. All right, I see a lot of people that'll be up. Hallie says, I feel slighted. I'm going to go give her what for, Hallie, tonight, and get her to reaffirm that she'll be here on Friday night. Here, like on camera with us. Thank you, Juicy, for being a member of the Discord. Thank you, Hallie. Lucy, thank you for being a mod on the channel. The mods here do such a great job. We try not to mute people or boot them unless they're being absolute dicks. And thank you guys for helping us follow those rules. I'm going to close with my usual ending speech. We all hopefully have the same goal, guys, which is to make money, whatever stock you like, whatever play you're in. Be good to one another. Treat each other like you would want to be treated. Don't be assholes. We're not always going to agree on the same tickers. We're not always going to agree on due diligence. But as long as you can come in here and have a discussion about your thoughts and not be an asshole, you're always welcome. If you're a drama starter, if you talk shit about people, you will never be welcome on this channel. For those of you that stick with us, even though we're not handing out hopium like it's Halloween candy, I do appreciate you. I'll be here long past the time that all these hopium and clickbaiters come and go, because we stick to the fundamentals, we stick to the financials. I will share with you if I'm bullish on something or if I'm not and why. And you can agree or disagree, that's cool. But most of all, thank you each and every one for being here. I hope you all make a lot of money the rest of this week and the rest of 2023. And I hope that anything that I can share with you contributes in some small way to making that happen. Peace, love, much light, and I will see you on the next one. If you don't catch me on a live, you know, look, if we're running, you know I'm going to be live. And $8 and $4 on AMC and APE, I'll be here. Other than that, I will be in the Discord, and if there's some major play, I got all the DD projects that I was working on for this week are now behind me. If there's some major day trade opportunity that I'm playing in the morning or tomorrow, I'll come on live and share that with you guys. Thank you, love you, and have a good night.